The police officer is also waving death flags, but not as a killer, as, like, probably a victim at some point, if I had to say. The death scene was quite graphic. Like, I want to say maybe even more graphic than most of the Danganronpa ones. You're sus as the policeman. Really? I would say my biggest sus is probably the maid, but secondly would be priest, and then third place exorcists. The spice chai thing is good? Okay, I'll pick it up tomorrow. First the pure sus. We can't keep doing this, Lucas. Hi, Rosen. He's not even sorry, he's just say... Just kidding. Alright guys, let's do this. Let's jump in. Alright, so we're right before we go underground for the trial, so we'll try talking to everybody. Also worth mentioning, the Exorcist was dragged here, which also happened to Toko, who was a split personality Chan in Danganronpa 1, so... Hey, Dammy. Welcome...
Is it because you think I'm ugly?
No, never that. Let's talk... Satsuki investigated very seriously. Honestly, I have found nothing. Sorry. Is there really a culprit within us? The culprit who killed Tamori. If you do what you think is correct for everyone, you'll be able to find the killer. Hey, sorry, I keep getting lost. I can't do this. There's something very bustling about this case. Oh, and poor Sprinter Girl injured her legs. I'm so sad about that for her. She's pretty much cleared, though, I would think. Well, it would be a crazy plot twist if she did something, because she seems like a goodie to me. I just need to tell everyone that my leg is fine for now. It would increase confusion if we tell them the truth. I don't think it's the right time. I'm worried. Something doesn't look right for everyone. How long are you going to stay put here? Let's hurry up. Come here twice? I feel like I'm gonna be sick to my stomach. Hey, Tom. Welcome, you're here right in time. Again, another hellish trial begins. All of us are the accused. I'm not going to back out at all. Classic Mikako. Welcome, 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 Tom. I missed the last 15 minutes of the last VOD, but hopefully you didn't miss much. What was the last thing you saw, Tom? Last 15 minutes of the last stream. The Wire Trap Chan. What ultimate was the victim? Ultimate cheerleader. So after they found the wire trap, we went and had a conversation with Kinjo, the police officer, and he mentioned that there was something odd about the way the glass was shattered in the back of the room. He also gave us a brief story about who was where when the kill happened, but that'll get brought back up during the class trial. But basically, it's worth noting that the police officer, the maid, and the sprinter are the ones that found the body. And then the priest was with them, but did not go in the room with them. So there's something weird here. Also, Kurokawa, this one right here, she didn't show up to the trial, and Monokuma had to drag her here a la Toko in Danganronpa 1. And if you remember, Toko didn't want to go to the class trial because she was scared she would turn into Genocide Jack. So I'm thinking this could be a split personality case. What is worth noting, though, also is in Danganronpa 1, Toko was never one of the Blackens, so who the F knows? May did nothing wrong. I would say she's my #1 sus. Her secret did say she's talkative. And yeah, Blackbird, you can get this game if you search Danganronpa Another on Reddit. There should be a thread that will have download links for you. Alright, well, we talked to everybody. I guess we have to do it. I am gonna get, before we do this, just let me grab a little bit more water, because I didn't realize I was so low, and it's a lot of talking, so let me just make sure I'm good for that. I'll be right back. All the irrelevance that you want to die. Yeah, you know, I will say, there is something to be said about killing the smarter characters during the game, because if you don't kill the smarter character, if you don't kill them, then they just essentially solve all the details of the trial for the MC, and you're supposed to be playing as like the main detective, so it does make sense. Although those characters tend to be more likable, it makes sense that they have to die just for like the game's narrative's sake, I would say. But I also hate having my time wasted with characters like, well, I don't want to list characters that survive the other games, but there's definitely characters that I don't like that end up living, and I'm just like, yeah, and I think because that happened in Danganronpa 1, oh no, they never really let that happen again. Yeah, me too, Tom. The pedo, he's not even the pilot, he's literally just the pedo. I'm glad that you're not, ironically trying to stan the clown, because I could see a lot of you doing that, and I think a lot of you are doing that. Who do you think killed Kizuna? H-Amazing. I think it was Rem. I think she killed him. But I would say second most likely would be him. Third most likely would be her. Oh, hello, Storm. You're here just in time. Not the best friend club. Yeah, well, the other member died, didn't she? The only somewhat okay Clown-chan is Hisoka from Hunter x Hunter. You like all those sussies? Yeah. In a perfect world, he did it, because then we could just get rid of him. Well, let's go. Let's reveal the corrupted seed that committed murder again. It's really painful, but I have to do it. Cheer up, everyone. I'll open the elevator door. Ota vibes, definitely. Oh my. You like Little Surgeon Chan? Me too. She's my favorite character. The elevator goes down underground with a rattling sound. It was the second time I felt it, but my heart didn't calm down again. There's no guarantee that the culprit will be revealed safely this time. I have to do doing my best, but I'm a little nervous this time. I could only investigate the power room and Switchium, and I didn't even know who the culprit was. Can we properly guess in the state? Kurokawa? Yes? Kurokawa talked in a very small voice in the elevator to me. The voice was in whispers, so without realizing, I answered in whispers too. It seems the others didn't hear because of the elevator's noise. Kitchen. I've been to the kitchen. Oh, knife. One was missing. Oh, really? Seems Kurokawa went to investigate after all. The fact that one kitchen knife disappeared means that the murder weapon on Tamori's neck was brought from the kitchen. And... yeah? Never mind. Kurokawa seemed to have something to say. Kurokawa is a unique girl, even though the number of words seems to be few. When I really need it, she talks more than I thought. But thanks to the information Kurokawa gave me, the source intake is becoming more clear. It will be helpful for the trial, even a little. I'll take note of it. I was not expecting to get another testimony in the elevator. For a long time, the elevator carried us down to the basement. With a huge shake, the elevator arrived to the class court. This is catfish all over again. Alright, let's go. You're all here! Great! Let's start the late-night class trial! The room looks different than last time. Of course! If you always do the same thing and the same interior, all the tension dies, right? Change! It's a law that we all need! It's a repulsive room. Ha! If you're so nosy and starting to fall asleep, so why not go to your own seat? Make it make sense. Golf Girl been saying that the maid is sus, and that's the correct. That is correct. Everyone seems to be prepared. I feel a little different atmosphere since last time. Lucas. She's a ride or die. I think the ride or die might actually be the sprinter or the surgeon. Both give best girl vibes. Best girl energy. I also hate to admit it, but I would almost bet money that Pilot Chan survives the game. Is this because you went through a trial once, or is it because your trust is falling apart? Yeah, hey Jam. Sprinter gives Owie vibes, but definitely a different personality. Shut up and start, you damn stuffed toy. Hey, it's not stuffed toy, it's Monokuma! I'm not upset, whatever. Even if you rush me in, I was gonna start anyways. We should finish quickly and everybody go back to sleepy time, yeah? We all know that Cloud and made... oh, hell no. Please, no Jam. Oh, if someone could please show Jam some of the new sound commands, by the way. Oh, I saw them. Oh, great. Magneton. We're waiting for Lorelai? Okay, cool. That is, if not an eternal sleep for the majority. Okay, let's start. Merchant and Clown are the final survivors, you think so, huh? Again, The tense starts flowing as soon as we stand in each bench. It's like making a wall to make each other suspicious. When I stood there, I realized once more that it begins again. They just wanted to show us this again. Tamori, a girl who was a classmate, and she was looking for affection recklessly, but at the end she opened her real self to us, and it wasn't
all
bad
systems
at the very
online.
beginning, no matter what anyone thought in the process. The killer who murdered her so badly. And not enough with killing Tamori, but the culprit who committed an unforgivable crime that made Hatano lose her leg with a trap aimed at random. Nagnaton's in the command dock, yeah. The trial to uncover the killer begins now. The trial that risked her life. A lie that took her life. A betrayal at the risk of everyone's lives, giving an excuse to survive. An excuse to kill. A fake trust in our classmates. A life-threatening debate. A life-threatening excuse. A life-threatening trust. A life-threatening class trial.
Prepare to battle!
A life-threatening... It's so good. Oh, man! Alright, so let's review real quick.
Oh, man!
So the death is at 9:30. That's only 30 minutes before we found it. Hey, Donovan. No, so we are playing Danganronpa Another. This basically looks like if Danganronpa was like a Game Boy Advance game. It's actually really, really
Play
good.
with me.
It exceeded my expectations quite a bit. Right, the burnt marks. We don't really know the story with the burnt marks. Maybe they were trying to, like, burn the whole place down to get rid of the body. Fatal wound in the neck, but there was a big scratch mark on her stomach. I'm thinking she must have walked across one of those wires, but not died immediately, so they had to take the knife and finish her off. Like, we have very little to go off with this. Inori informed of the results of Tamori's autopsy. Basically, she said it matches the information in the Monokuma file. She said there was an abnormal amount of bleeding. Well, remember too, Tom, that the maid said... Hey, what's up, Pete? Oh, you know, I actually didn't realize that was you last time you were here, Pete. My apologies. What if some of the blood isn't hers? I know. There's so many ways this could go. Like, why would it be significant that she died slowly? Like, how is that gonna come up? Ah, gotcha. The broken flashlights, too? Why did they break the flashlights? Don't they need those to see? Then the dying message, we have no idea. It's got 3 small X's and then a big X. The broken glass. We think it was an escape route? Maybe? There was a fuse, which is how the burning started. That, like, somewhat makes sense. The bloody cloth? Right, the bloody cloth? We have no idea. lighter. Okay, the lighter to ignite the fuse. And she had, oh my god, somebody, whoever killed her had our secret. So wait a minute. Who were the people that said that their slips of paper? You were looking a lot last time? Okay, cool. No joke, the XXX must be upside down if Dead Girl wrote it. True. They were broken to get the batteries. We need to recount who shared their information. Kizuna had the secret about Merchant Slime Hair Boy. I want to say, did the Ultimate Professor, did she reveal who she had? I feel like she did. She said it was like useless crap or something. And the police officer also looked at one. I don't remember if he shared the info in it, though.
I've been waiting for this.
Blood marks at the entrance, too? So this is why it makes me think that maybe she walked across one of those wires and then started bleeding, and then the person attacked her and she ran in? And maybe Kizuna broke the flashlight so that she could hide? I don't know. He shared the lawyer's secret. Oh, you're right. Yes, somebody did, because he was all butthurt about the school thing.
I've been waiting for this.
Oh my god. The wire trap. Yeah, we literally don't know why the wire trap was still there. And didn't they say that, like, that the charcoal was placed after we went in to investigate? So it's like... Oh, it was a burning flashlight. Another flashlight. Right, Rem's testimony is she was in the kitchen and got oil on her clothes cooking. She would have had to wash her clothes if she got blood on them, too. That's why she's #1 sus, to be honest. Kinjo told me what happened at the time of the incident. Around 9 o'clock, Hatano shouted that the switchium was on fire. He grabbed a fire extinguisher and extinguished the fire from the outside. There was a sound of glass breaking, and when he entered, he saw Tamori's body at the end of the room. The order of people who discovered the body was Kinjo, Hatano, Makaru, Uehara. Those four. Taira and Kurokawa came after Monokuma's announcement. You think it's a red herring? We'll see. Right, the glass window, we have no idea. The glass window at the end of the switchium was broken. According to Kinjo, the side where Tamori was dead was on fire, and the window was broken while extinguishing the fire. Was it the killer who was inside the switchium breaking through the window inside the smoke? However, in Kinjo's words, he said that it feels wrong. It's too neatly broken. I just have no idea what that even could possibly mean. And then there's Teria's testimony, which... He went to the antique shop every day to keep things in check. The lighter, fuse, flashlight all disappeared after nighttime. all the items that were used in the crime scene. At that point, Tamori was free to go around at nighttime. There was also the other two, Makaru and Uehara. Then, among the three, did anyone take the tools? In addition, the wire does not come from the antique shop. Alright, are we ready? I really don't know what to make of all this, so the class trial is probably gonna be... It's gonna be a shocker. First of all, let's start with a brief explanation of the class trial. The outcome of the class trial is decided by your votes. Me. It does feel like a bit of a guessing game, yeah. If you point out the blackened, only they will get punished. But in case you point out the wrong person, I'll punish everyone except the blackened. And the one who tricked everyone will graduate from this academy. Oh, another translator note. Check the Patreon site for new updates on the game and enjoy the work in progress content. Finally, the second trial has begun. There's no such thing as being used to this atrocious game. I'm actually more anxious than last time. But if I'm afraid here, it can't be helped. As we did last time, let's think carefully with everyone. Now then, first... Hey, Heavy. You're here just in time. Wait a minute, there's something I want to ask first. Oh my! What's the holdup? What are you gonna ask? Last time it was my first time, so I didn't question it, but now that I think about it, I believe I have to ask this now. The body discovery announcement. I'm also... Yes, okay. This information came up in Danganronpa 2. What prompts it to activate? How many people need to see it? What exactly are the conditions for the broadcast to show up? Makaru, are you suddenly asking this? Why are you asking this kind of stuff? If you find a dead body, then it shows the BDA. You just shut up. Woohoo! I see. After all, it is Makaru, the one who paid attention to that. Huh? Even so, it is basically as Kobashikawa-kun says, when you find a body, I broadcast it. Only when 3 people, at least 3 people have found the body, then the announcement will show up for everyone. Was it always like that? Is that a rule made on the spot, or was it applied from last time? Of course it was applied from the beginning. In Maki's case, Taira found it first, then Maeda, and finally Hitano. Since the order was complete, it satisfies the condition of 3 people. The announcement came out because the rule was successfully completed. Right, it's true the announcement rang the moment Hitano discovered it last. This thing, to say an important detail at a time like this. Was that? Did I not tell you about this? It's too late. Oh crap, well, you know, when people live, they forget. It's like that, right? Oh, I'm not human, but a bear, so it's okay. Okay, then when more than 3 people find the body, well, that found criteria is not dwelled on time, is it? For example, a week passes after the initial discovery, then the second one appears. And even if the third discoverer appears another week later, the broadcast will also ring. Yeah, time time doesn't matter at all. When the first 3 people who have seen a corpse in any way, the announcement will sound the moment the 3rd person discovers the body. Mikaru, I know it's fine to check the rules, but is the condition of the body discovery announcement important enough to ask? I mean, it's probably significant, because the 3 that found it were Kinjo, Hatano, and Mikaru. So... Now, we don't know if it played as soon as those 3 saw the body, because we weren't there. But if we do, then we can assume that the 3 of them are innocent, which we already kind of knew. So the 3, I think that they're about to go into this, but the 3 discoverers should not include the killer. Wouldn't our main purpose now be to find the culprit? Keep quiet, I'm not over yet. Yeah, she's gonna ask. Now then, Monokuma, this is the most important question. That would be a witness to the crime. Includes the culprit. Oh? Huh? I've asked a question, you won't answer? You ask, do the witnesses include the culprit? Well, that's a bit pretty, very super great, whole delicate matter. I see. Even with a sharp sense, it becomes a problem. Okay, I'll tell you in this particular scenario. Depending on the characteristics of the case, whether or not the culprit is included on the discovery will be decided at the end of the trial. That sucks. What? And it's different this time? Then no one knows. It's up to our own judgment. That would also include everyone be against each other. Induce everyone being against each other. I already told you this. When it comes to trials, I'm more fair than Buddha, God and Jesus combined. You said Jesus twice in a different meaning. Let's recap. In the last case, you said that the announcement rang because Taira, Maeda, and Hatano discovered the body. Then in this case, in the last case, Mitsuhiro Higa, the culprit, must have been excluded from the equation of 3 people discovering the body. Meh, I excluded Higa-kun. In fact, it didn't matter much if I included him, since the first 3 people to discover it were together that time. Then what about this case? Because it was also 3 people. The culprit who killed Tomori Kizuna. Did you include that person as a discoverer? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Specificator aside. Why the sudden dialect? Are you Did you inhale a Tori? What? My dialect is not that awkward. I mean, I have a mainland pronunciation. You don't seem to know enough from the mainland to mix different parts of the country. No comment! No comment on that! Well, if you ask my opinion on a particular case, I would be the one in trial instead. If a judge enters the discussion, it's unfair, right? I don't know why that had to happen, E2. That would be a violation! So you're also evading the answer. Fine. Just looking at your reaction makes me think. I touched a sensible subject even. Nope. I don't know what you're talking about. What the hell is Makaru talking about? Someone let me know. Well, that does it for the mischief to this point, and let's go with the trial soon. Did you know that 12 o'clock passed already? Originally, I was going to start right away, but Miss Makaru sounded weird and it's late now. Anyways, let's go. First, start with the arrangement of the case. Please begin with the discussion. Hey, Kizuan. Why did Makaru ask such a question? I have no clue what she's thinking. I mean, it's pretty obvious, but go off. I'm curious, but now I have to focus on the trial without thinking about anything else. Time to arrange the scene. Let's gather, everyone. I hate to follow Monokuma's words, but we need to begin with the case. That is the topic at hand. because the people on the dormitory side at the time of the situation wouldn't know the details of this incident. Oh right, what happened to them? After listening to the body discovery announcement, I was in a hurry to find you guys, and then Tamori. She was dead in the power room, all over with burnt marks in the room. Okay, for those who know, reorganize the scene with the rest, and those who do not know the order of events, from now on, take some time to confirm your positions with everyone. Kinjo-kun? Don't you have something to tell us before that? What? You said you wouldn't make anyone a victim if we followed you. For that purpose, we agreed, and you got rid of a group of 3 people, and everything ended up like this. So why? Are you proud of it? Good job, then. Okay. I would have to make amends to risk my own life and apologize for that, because I didn't keep my promises, but if you can't surpass this moment, everyone will die. You guys really side with her? I could never. It's a pity for what happened with Tamori, but I also have a duty to keep you all from being executed in this class trial. If you don't like it, I'll be out of this trial. Yeah, I'm an incompetent cop who can't make promises anyway. That's enough. Everyone is on edge. Think about other things later and focus on the trial for now. So awkward.
Oh, man!
Yes, Akane, you know your heart, but let's finish this first. Yeah, and Kinjo-kun, I didn't mean to. Sorry. Exactly, crocodile tears. It's fine, then let's begin sorting out the case step by step. Well, you know I won't say it anymore, but I don't help you, understand? I don't need you, because there is Kinjo with us! Me? Kevin? Oh, no. I know, yes please. I do really enjoy Makaru. Oh no, Makaru, you can stay! Don't let me do everything. We have to do it together. I said to myself, even for a dead guy, you must understand the truth of the case yourself. What are these lines? Boo! Alright. Then let's begin. I didn't manage to get to the power room at the beginning of the whole incident to see it directly. Let's discuss what we heard and saw. The first part, around 9 p.m., Hatano discovered a fire in the power room. Was it? Please, someone translate this better. Yeah, I was walking down the corridor on the second floor before nighttime, and when I entered the power room, there was black smoke coming out because it seemed to smell like something burning. You mean, that's what happened? I was at the antique shop, but I had no idea. I heard Hatano's cry and rushed to the second floor. Uehara and Makaru were together as we bumped into each other on the way. We went first to the power room, the epicenter of the fire. It was hot and smoky. The fire was about to spread from the switchium to outside. You adore No Pants Chan? She's great. Yes, it's exactly what Kinjo told me. I already know this part from Kinjo. What did Uehara do soon after? Use the extinguisher? I actually don't know what Uehara did. I thought Kinjo was the one with the extinguisher. Okay, well, I got it! So you brought a fire extinguisher in the hallway to the second floor to extinguish the fire, right? Yeah, that's correct. By the way, how does Maeda know that? The ones in that area were Kinjo, Uehara, Makaru, and me. I know, it's really not it. He might have the worst design out of everyone except the maid and the clown. Oh, I asked Kinjo about it while investigating. Right, I told him. Maeda knows the unfolding process of the case. Is that so? Then let's continue. The four of us were putting out the fire. I heard something breaking inside the switchium. At least the maid and clown are occupational. True. At that moment, Kinjo looked at Uehara and asked to see if someone was going out of the power room door, and the other three, including me, went to the switchium inside, and there, Tamori was dead. Yeah, at that point, the body discovery announcement came out. Taira and Kurokawa arrived to the power room soon after. Okay, from here on, our dorm team has joined, so let me speak. When we arrived, the fire had already been extinguished! After that, like last time, Monokuma handed out the file and put us on time to investigate. Right. From here on out are things that I have seen with my own eyes. Right after I examined the switchium and returning, that happened. That being... Hatano's injury by a wire? I got it! Yeah, Tom, I unfortunately kind of think he might be the Taka of the group. Where he's just like a likable character that doesn't add a whole lot and is kind of eccentric. If that's true, that also means he's toast at some point. Yeah. And I mean, looking back on it, Taka was like that too. Shortly after, Hatano had an accident in which her leg was injured by a wire trap. That's what happened. Yamaguchi said it before in front of the elevator. Didn't you hear, dummy? Ayame-chan, it's really okay. It still seems to be a little fuzzy. It's the best command. Oh, no problem. It hurts a little right now, but it's not a major injury, so we can treat it properly after the trial. Isn't that right, Inori? Kevin's just dropping off afternoon coffee. Also, Steven says hi.
Magneton.
It's nearly time for afternoon coffee. All of Lorelai and her Pokemon are not there, yeah. Oh, delightful. Yes. Well, you don't have to worry. Please continue with the trial. Alright, Makaru, what? She already is gonna go off, we know. Have you said, oh, is it time to unite, Kevin? You, that leg wound, is that an injury more serious than expected? Mikaru, come on. Don't do this. What are you talking about? Didn't she say it was okay? Every pretense is useless. Do you think I can't read other people's minds? You, that incompetent, and the doctor. The atmosphere of you three, it makes it clear that something happened. Is she doing that evil anime girl laugh? I hope so. Shall we guess? Let's see. How about the leg injuries that's so serious you won't be able to use it ever again? You're actually obsessed. She's great. This is not a good look, though. She needs to not pick on the girl that just lost her sprinting leg. What? What are you talking about? Ayame-chan said she was okay. That is a lie, right? Mikaru was just talking nonsense, yeah? Hey. Sorry, I thought you might be worried, so I decided to keep this with Hitano. I lied. I'm sorry. Inori, no! Is it a lie? What do you mean? In reality, Hitano's injury, the moving muscle tissue, the most important posterior tendon was amputated. Without luck, it's a serious injury that you might really have to wear crutches forever. What? Why was she lying to say that it's okay for that serious injury? This is the most important trial of our lives. Every detail matters. Sorry. Because of that, Hitano and I thought it was to avoid getting you guys confused, but I'm so sorry that Hitano tried to pretend to be okay, so sorry. Yame-chan, it's a lie, right? Tell us something! Sorry, I was lying. Then, it's really... Because the nurse's office is now locked, and since there are no facilities for treatment for the wound, it is literally... hemostasis. It's really hard to stand still. Isn't that too much for her? Hitano, shouldn't you get treated quickly? Get ready, get healed and come to the trial later. Hey, what are you talking about? What's more important than the trial? That is, but... Ayame-chan, she can't even run again. No, I'm sorry, but I agree with Makaru. Whether your leg is crippled, cut off, or unable to walk, if you don't win the trial, you will die. Then it's more serious than what you mentioned before the trial. I lied that I was okay with this. As a result, I caused even greater confusion. Sorry, everyone. Ayame-chan doesn't have to be sorry. Can't she be let go, at least to get a proper treatment? No, it's absolutely forbidden to leave the court during the trial. If you're worried about Miss Hitano's leg, you'll have to finish your trial first. You say that, but I'm also in agreement. I don't really care, and I want to focus on finding the culprit. If the focus is on me, I'll die just standing. But Ayame-chan... She says that, but let me comply with the will. And don't you think it will be wise to finish the trial earlier in time and get treatment? Uehara's right. Hitano, it may still be painful, but please hold on a little. Let's focus on the trial for now. Yeah, Makaru, why did you even bring that up? That's so irrelevant. Okay. Yeah, Connie, shut up. Shut up! Thank you for your consideration, Nakane. Then, let's get back to the main topic again. Yeah! Where did we end again? We were talking about Hitano's injury by the wire. Yeah, shortly thereafter, Inori took Hitano to provide aid. We went out of the power room and we continued the investigation. That's the end of it, right? Quiz! But I think it's a useless question, sorry in advance. The health room was locked, but how did you do Hitano's treatment and where? Right, I needed something tough and thick to use as a bandage, but there were some things like rags in the warehouse. However, since it is really a substitute and only first aid, there's a possibility of additional sepsis and bacterial infection. She will need antibiotics just in case. But in order to do that, we have to find out the killer and end the trial, right? Yeah, because someone died. Well, is there really another culprit among us? A killer who stabbed Tamori. Now, why are you doubting it for? That's for sure. But if you point the killer gets executed. It seems like you're sacrificing one person to save Hitano. So, would you save the killer? To save a killer, 11 of us have to die. I agree. Let me say this, okay? A guy who knows a person is cheap even if they die. How long will you waste your time on such useless topics? I didn't mean it like that. I'm apologizing. Also, how come Mikaru and Kinjo team up? They seem to be getting better and better. I understand Hattori's feelings, but is it okay? I feel the same because it feels like in the end, whether or not we point out the killer in this trial, someone will be killed. I wish there were no victims, but that bear Monokuma thing won't let us go. Damn it. What purpose does he want to achieve? So the case was cleared up. Who's the killer? We have to figure that out from now on. Can we get to it? Jesus. Honestly, this case has a lot of twists. If you think of it as an ordinary murder case, it's not going to fit in at all. First, let's solve the mystery of each event, one by one. The priority should be the victim's body. Body? Yeah, the case hasn't even begun yet. They're literally just talking. Tamori's corpse was an important clue to be able to tell the whole story of this incident. There aren't just one or two secrets related to her body, to the corpse. Personally, I didn't notice there was anything special. The corpse. Based on my investigation, let's present the evidence gathered. From now on, the non-stop debate will begin. Finally! Alright, non-stop debate time. What do we got? Stomach wound and Kurokawa's testimony. It gotta be the stomach wound. What clue does Tamori's body have? I don't remember well. The knife was on her neck? Also, the whole body was covered with blood all over. It was terrible. Satsuki was vomiting for a while. She was dead. Is this relevant? Other than that, can't you think of something more essential? It was written in the Monokuma file about what Tamori died of, and he gave me a clue that supports that evidence. What clues? Alright, so it's gotta be stomach wound into all the body covered in blood. The knife was on her neck, that's true. Ah! Shit. Was there another thing to disagree with? Kurokawa's testimony is that she found the knife from the kitchen. Do we disagree with, Kakeru, maybe? Stomach wound into... she was dead? Stomach wound didn't kill, right? So that is a... yeah, it disagrees. I don't know.
I've been waiting for this.
It was written in the Monokuma file about what Tamori died of. Yes, a stab in the esophagus, right? And he gave me a clue that supports the evidence. This is not good, guys. Oh, we just died.
Magneton.
We're done here. Take away the bodies.
We died in Korean. Oh no. Please, no.
Did we lose? Oh well.
Wow! We go all the way back. Spam Tangela to give me strength. Thank you.
Since there's no getting away from it.
I can't believe they don't let you skip this. That's absurd. Why would it ask me if I wanted to continue from where we left off? I said yes, and then it brought us to the beginning.
Oh, man!
Very that. And that is so cute. I know, I love it. Just because you've seen it firsthand in the game makes them even better, Ja. Do not question the murder bear. You're right. We haven't even started the part where they start going in about what's-her-face's leg. They do ask main character something.
Magneton.
Yeah. You think Inori is your main sus? He's too dumb to kill anybody, though. I hope you're right, but I don't see it.
Ditto.
I feel like it might actually be translation related to why we aren't able to get this first thing. Because it doesn't really make sense that what we tried didn't work. Your doctor is the main sus? Alright, because you wild. You Omega wild.
Ditto.
There's no way it was her. She's in the safe group. Everybody that was in their dorms when the body discovery announcement happened is safe, I think. What's up, E-Tier?
Oh, man!
Yeah, but she wasn't in the body discovery announcement group. Or do you mean just the culprit in general? We don't know if they were counted. What if it was just Mikaru after all this? I don't think so. I know. I don't want that to happen. I don't. Okay, they're finally getting back to it. You're irritable with a headache? We're irritable because we failed the first non-stop debate, and I'm not really sure why.
Oh, man!
Yeah. Kurokowa's testimony should not be used this early. So it's gotta be stomach wound. We already tried stomach wound into, the other... There's only 3 things to disagree with, right? So what the hell? We tried stomach wound into all 3, haven't we? I'm gonna try Kurokawa's testimony into the knife. No, that's wrong. That's correct, though. That's not... That is... What she said is correct. There was a knife in her neck. Tyra, wait a second. The weapon that stabbed Tamori was not a simple knife. It was a kitchen knife. Huh? A kitchen knife? Right. It's even clearly stated in the Monokuma file. The definitive case of death is a cut through the esophagus caused by the knife. Yeah! Right. Sorry, I can't remember well. But the kitchen knives are only in the kitchen. Is there any evidence the culprit brought it? There is. Because Kurokawa saw a knife disappeared from the kitchen right after the incident. Right, Kurokawa? Yes. Too slow of a response! So the killer brought the kitchen knife out of the kitchen? I guess it disappeared from the kitchen. But that's a little weird. If the killer used a kitchen knife, there's a contradiction. What are you talking about? Oh wait, I think I know. But why is Tyra talking like that? Obviously, at the time of the crime, Tyra could have known that it was contradictory that the killer took the kitchen knife from there. Reason is, her testimony.
I
got it! I see! Tyra, the contradiction is because you were in the kitchen at nighttime, right? Yes, right, that's it, Maeda-kun. What? But what does that mean? Mikaru, didn't you say you weren't gonna meddle? Hey, I just had a thought. What if Cheerleader is trying to Sayaka somebody? What if Cheerleader was in the kitchen with Tyra, and the reason she's acting weird is because she knows that she was there? What was the part we messed up before? It was definitely a translation thing, Mars, because we disagreed with the knife is in her neck, which it was. So you're not supposed to disagree with things that are true, but I said I wouldn't help, but I didn't say I would not raise a question, asshole. Yikes! You thought the kitchen... Oh, you thought the knife was in her head? Oh, no. Tyra told me she was cooking in the kitchen near the end of nighttime. Cooking? Yeah, I'm sure because I remember that I accidentally splashed oil on my clothes and wiped them in the bathroom. Yeah, Somnium Files will be tonight. Oh, that happened. Wait, if Tyra was still in the kitchen at the point, how did the culprit take the knife from the kitchen without bumping into her? Also, that's not all that's weird. Tyra said it was around nighttime, but Tamori's death was at 9:30, written in the Monokuma file. Tyra, I'm asking just in case. You're the last person in that area. Did you put all the knives back in place before you left the kitchen? Yes, I used it when I was cooking myself, so I remember for sure. Wait, what? Then the knife was used in the crime. Tyra, if you checked all the knives in the kitchen, it doesn't make sense. That's why I called it a contradiction. If you think about it, do you think it's not a kitchen knife then? She's lying. No, there are only kitchen knives in the kitchen. The second floor was open and I've been searching places ever since.
You know the murder weapon is the shot pit ball.
No, that's
And
wrong.
when everyone started investigating, didn't Kurokawa say she saw the kitchen knife disappear? The knife used as a weapon. Kitchen. That's correct. You think so, Tamazy? Which one is it? Kinjo, don't you know? Sure, it's a contradiction. You don't even have to think about the ridiculous story of using another knife out of nowhere. Kinjo, work hard! Now we're all finished! What? But there is only one way to solve this problem. Really? How? Very simple fact. Tyra, you are lying right now. What? Now wait, why is it this way? Isn't it obvious? The Monokuma file doesn't lie. Then the time of death is sure to be 9:30. Although our surgeon friend did say that might be wrong, I thought. Does anybody else remember her saying that? Or did we just have a bad translation? We'll never know. Also, the kitchen knife is only in the kitchen. Therefore, the order of events, the kitchen knife being taken from the kitchen, killed Kizuna Tamori, is established. These two facts can be proven with certainty, but What does Taira Akane mean? What proves that a woman was cooking in the kitchen? Now, wait, what are you trying to say? Taira, I'm in doubt. Were you together with someone? Yes or no? She was with Kizuna and Kizuna took the knife. And she didn't want to tell us.
I got it!
I was alone. I can't believe someone without witnesses. Also, anyone can use it as if it's just a talkative alibi. Oh no, wait a minute. Why is the room like this all of a sudden? I was really in the kitchen, guys. But if Tyra's words are true, it would never make sense. Tyra, did you lie? Why did you lie? Don't tell me. Tyra's the culprit. Why am I the culprit? What reason is there for me to kill Kizuna-chan? There's nothing. I got it. She kept ignoring your persuasions and invitations. Did you bear a grudge? Funny, really. Kizuna-chan grunted a lot, but in the end she accepted us. The murder happened after that. I concede that you may not indeed be the killer. Still, to say you were in the kitchen would be a lie. Why were you lying like that? Yeah, the laser eye guy's the lawyer. No, it's not a lie. Tyra, tell me honestly. I want to believe you, that you are not the culprit. So then Tyra is really lying to us. Oh shit. Wait. I can't tolerate Akane being the culprit without corroboration. And I'm not trying to blame them. It doesn't make any sense if Tyra's words were true. No, there's a case where Akane's words can be proven to be true, though. What? It seems you haven't realized. Since you don't, let me show you. The fact that Akane never lied. Counter, I hate these in the real game. You love the sisterhood moment? Yeah, they are bonding. You can change the truth knife. What if the maid is like super screwed up in the head and she just tried to kill all of her friends? That's why she did the wire trap for Hitano. That's why she killed Kizuna. Like, what if she's just super fucked up?
No, that's wrong.
Hey Marissa, I have a feeling that's what's going on here. The shift key is useless for white text, and when the decision key is pressed, the words are cut. Yeah, we're gonna use the truth knife. This is a weird minigame. I don't totally get it, but let's just do it. Okay, broken window, Kinjo's testimony, and blood traces. Mori died because he was in the kitchen. It's simple. Can't use the knife before that. Shit, am I dying? Progress? Did you forget? Tamori's fatal injury is not the cut. Death was not instant. In other words, the time of Tamori's death is almost consistent. Okay. You don't know that. Culprit returned to the power room with the knife and the... Alright, I need her to say that again, honestly. Tyra left the kitchen when she went to the bathroom to wash her hands. After that, Tyra must have heard the body discovery announcement in the power room. But after Tyra left the kitchen, can she pick up the knife and return to the power room to the kitchen? Shit! Is that it? Ah! No, it's not! Tyra Banks is in this as a maid, yes. Fuck. Alright, well, we have no idea then. Sorry, I can't read these ones to you guys while I'm doing it, because you have to kind of think quick. They really gonna go through all of this again? Oh my. Alright, let's get back to the stupid cutting debate thing. Anyway, Marissa, we're trying to accuse the Ultimate Maid, because I would prefer if she wasn't here anymore. Thank you.
Magneton.
Connie's testimony.
これだよ。
Fucker. Yeah, fair enough. She's a queen, you won't allow it? I honestly don't see any likable qualities in her, so for those of you that like her, I'm shocked.
Who?
I'm wondering how he knows that she's lying. The way Makaru has solved not only this murder, but also the next two. Incredible. Well, I don't think she has solved this one. Because when we talked to her during the investigation, she was like, I don't really know what's going on. Okay. So we need to find the right place to disagree with this one. Okay, broken window, Kinjo's testimony. I don't remember Kinjo's testimony. Blood traces. Okay, time of death is 9:30 p.m. Nope. Blood traces, maybe? You can't use the knife before that. There's no other explanation than this. That's the last thing she says? No, there is a contradiction. Did you forget Tamori's fatal injury? Death was not instant. Oh, the blood traces? In other words, the time of Tamori's death is almost consistent with when the knife was used. Culprit returned to the power room with a knife and stabbed. I honestly don't know. I'm just gonna do blood traces into what she says here. I can't even finish reading some of them. So none of it's a disagreement. None of it's a disagreement with the first thing that she says. Oh, yikes, this is a mess. You only, like, you are very, even Danganronpa hard mode gave you more life than this, too. Like, what the fuck? Oh my goodness, why does it have to be this way? This game doesn't have a slowdown mechanic at all, no. I think what you have to do, that is going to be the worst mode going forward, hands down. Because you don't have enough time to read everything. So I think I have to go through everything that she says first, then let my little rebuttal come up, and then she says something that's written sideways that we have to disagree with. The second gauge only seems to go away if I don't do anything. I don't know what else it's for.
これだよ。
Yeah. Nothing is timed. There's no timers on any of the stuff. Like when we did the comic strip, we had infinite time. She says something about the knife use stomach wound? Okay, yeah, we'll try that, Lucas. That would make sense. Hmm? From leaning into your computer, playing League, maybe? Okay, here we go again. The music is throwing you off. Because it's from the game. Alright, we're gonna get progress this time. Alright, so give a stomach wound. The broken window is in all caps. It's like shouting it at me. Broken windows, idiot.
Oh, man!
Wait, none of these are stomach wound, so we'll have to use blood traces. Death was not instant. Mori's death is consistent with the time using the knife. You don't know that. Really? Kinjo's testimony. We'll use Kinjo's testimony against it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, not good, not good. Kinjo's testimony is that Tyra showed up later. It has to be, it makes sense. It is kind of a stretch, but it makes sense. Oh man, I can't believe we didn't realize this.
Oh, man.
Whoa. Kinjo's testimony, come on, save us! No, that's wrong! Allow me to cut through those words! Hatano, I'm sorry, but there's a contradiction in that logic. What are you talking about? Isn't it possible to it isn't possible to commit a crime while proving Tyra's words? Hatano, you mean the killer is taking a knife out of the kitchen right after Tyra leaves the kitchen to wash her clothes? And then runs straight to the power room and put the knife back into Tamori's body? Yeah, if you move quickly, it's quite possible in less than 3 minutes from the kitchen to the power room. Yeah, we're trying to exterminate a pest, thank you. Fast isn't the problem. Did you forget, Hatano? By the time nighttime began, you guys were putting off a fire in the power room. Oh! Hatano, Kinjo, Mikaru, Uehara. If 4 people are in the power room and walk in with an object that stands out like a kitchen knife, it cannot be missed or even hidden in plain sight. In other words, even if Tyra secretly manages to pull the knife out of the kitchen, it's absolutely impossible to enter unnoticed. The switchium and stab the knife. Oh, I don't know what was said before this. The switchium and stab the knife on the body. It can't. Thanks for the explanation, Maeda. Thanks to you, it saved us trouble. Like Maeda said, Hatano, I understand that you're a close friend to Tyra. Unfortunately, if Tyra's words were true, there would be an absolute contradiction to appear in her testimony. Akane, speak up your mind. Did you lie? Can I say one more important detail in this? When the current body discovery announcement showed up, the 4 of us who put off the fire and the 6 in the student dormitory confirmed with each other, so there is an alibi for us. But Taira Akane and Mikako Kurakawa, you two have no alibi. Well, this much has been proven thus far. Tyra really killed Tamori? No, I'm not the real killer! Tyra? Really? The kitchen knife thing, I really don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. But I'm not really the culprit. I didn't kill Kizuna-chan. Akane, really? Can I trust you? But how do you explain that when you don't have an alibi? If you don't have it, it means that either Tyra or Kurokawa are the culprit. You're the most potential suspect in every way. Is that so? Is it so weird to cook alone and go to the bathroom? I just happen to be alone. Tyra, tell the truth, and if you're not guilty, prove your innocence! Is Tyra really the culprit? Certainly, even without an alibi, there is 1 or 2 places of doubt. But was Tyra really with Tamori? No, I can't just doubt it yet. Not until all riddles are solved. I have to think what's been missing in terms of the premise this far. Okay, here we go. Terria's testimony, burned fuse line, and glass shards. Oh, Jesus. Tyra is the Chinese culprit? I am not! The translation is so bad, Marissa. Akane doesn't have an alibi. Since when? Kobashikawa and I say 8:30 p.m. That's what I think. Then there's no alibi for about 1 hour and 30 minutes, with the witness missing. That'd be enough time to kill a person and for the fire. I did not! What was the fire for? There were a lot of confusing things at the scene. Lighters and flashlights, fuse lines, etc. If Tyra doesn't have an alibi, she would be able to obtain them, wouldn't she? We'll use Terria's testimony to disagree with that last line. Although Tyra certainly doesn't have an alibi, could she have procured the tools used in the crime? Let's think again. The tools were missing. Slime-chan claims that they were obtained much earlier, that's right. Which doesn't clear anybody, if we're being honest. I mean, it just means it could have been other people. Which is good. Where did she get 8:30 from, also? Sussy clown, just making things up. There are a lot of confusing things at the scene. Lighters, flashlights, fuse lines, etc. No, that's wrong! Wait! Kobashikawa, that's impossible! It is weird that the clown was slightly later. What? You mean about Tyra procuring the tools used in the crime? Yes, Tyra has no alibi for the time being. I can't deny that. Bringing the tools, however, there sure is one. Oh, that's a certain alibi. I want to hear this. The reason I know is it's because of the fact that somebody told me. Right, Matori? Huh? Tori knew it. The lighter and fuse disappeared since late night. Gone? From where? My guess would be the antique shop again. Tori mentioned that he went to the antique store every day after Maki's incident. The antique store was filled with most of the items. Then, after nighttime on the second day, the things used in this case suddenly disappeared, as mentioned by Tori. Oh, that's it! That's right. I did check them. So, are you saying the killer took the tools late at night on the second day? That would make sense, unless Tori is lying. No lie, it's true. Hey, the second day at Tori was almost 2 days ago. Why didn't you talk back then, knowing that kind of scheme was made when Maki was... I'm sorry. At the time, I wasn't able to figure things out properly. It could have been my own mind playing tricks, so I wasn't really sure about it. Well, if you were sure the tools were gone then, the killer took the tools in the middle of the night on the second day. That is what happened so far. If I understand this correctly. So would that mean the killer would have had to be one of the people not in our group of 10? Because nobody was walking around at night. Except for Uehara, Mikaru and Kizuna. Maybe. May I ask, why does that become Tyra's alibi? There could be rule breakers. Why Itori's testimony doesn't... Oh, why Itori's testimony becomes Tyra's alibi? It's because Tyra can't go to the antique store on that night. Right. Uehara probably doesn't know about the 3 who weren't with Kinjo, and only the rest knows. So we know Tyra can't go to the antique store at night. And the reason is... because of the late night... I see! Why Tyra couldn't bring up the tools at night. That is because of the nighttime rule, of course. Nighttime rule? Wait, what? If it's the nighttime rule, that's what Kinjo decided, right? To not come out of our rooms late at night after 10 p.m. When did you decide that? Mikaru and Uehara have no choice but to know, because the group decided when you were not there. Oh wait, that's it! They don't come out of their room at night! That means that all of the rest, meaning Mikaru and Uehara, who were on their own, could have come out after nighttime. Yes. In other words, Tyra was also in that time frame alibi for late nighttime. Yeah, I never came out of my room at night. Wait a minute. There's no alibi at all. Huh? The late nighttime rule isn't a rule set by Monokuma, is it? So what makes you think it's a genuine rule? You don't get killed from breaking it, and no evidence if you did, correct? Well, she's about to call it out. That's... I'm sorry, but I think the same thing. Even if Tyra followed the rules faithfully, it's no different from before without evidence. I mean, they are making a good point, but I'm also sticking to the storyline that Kizuna is the one that took the knife. She wouldn't have been out. I mean, she would have been out because she wasn't following the nighttime rule, and she was shady. I bet you she was carrying a knife. The killer tried to kill her with wire traps, failed. That's how she gets the slice on the stomach. Tries to retaliate with the knife, it gets turned on her, she's killed, and then I guess there was also the fuses and the fire put in place. That's what I think happened. And Tyra definitely knows something. Because before she started defending herself, she was quiet. So even if she's not the killer, she knows something. Does that mean... No. With that rule, Tyra's alibi could be enough. Kinjo-kun?
If you wish to
Oh,
die.
what is it now? Until now, you've been pushing Tyra Akane, but you're a defense this time. Oh, hey, Fail. It'd be a gag if the Fuse and Fire channel was a third party setting it up and not reading the rewards, yeah. I forgot to do Abyss? Oh, shoot! That's too bad.
Ridiculous.
Oh, man! Don't tell me you're defending your own rules now, because that's a self-made rule. Surely not. I know the laxity this rule has. It's lax? Of course, as Makaru said, it wasn't a formal rule, and it was decided by ourselves, so there is no problem with breaking it. What? To break it? Isn't that actually helping the culprit? No. Oh no, Kinjo, did you suggest such things even though you knew this would happen? Sorry I kept a secret from you. you guys. Actually, I did some work on your private rooms. Work? Indeed. Every late night, I put a thin thread on the door of your private rooms. Thread? What does that mean? In fact, it is pasted so that it passes between the wall connecting the door from the door frame. If you do this, the tape will break when the door is open, and the thread will be as well. So, if the thread was broken, it would sound like someone had opened the door. Now, I've been watching late at night every day this way. After each nighttime starts, I put a new thread on, and I got up earlier than anyone else in the morning to check if any of the threads were cut. So I can guarantee you, Tyra has never been out of the room in a single night past 10 p.m. Oh, did you do that? Then you know who exactly left their room on the night the tools were gone. No, unfortunately, I didn't find that out. What do you mean you couldn't figure it out? You mean you couldn't confirm that the thread was broken? No, it's because no one has broken the thread. What? That means... You mean no one left the room late at night on the second day? To be precise, the rest except Mikaru, Uehara, and Tamori. Those three were an exception. What if it was Mikan using the Speed Force? I don't know. Well, Phil, the way I feel about that is exclamation point Tangela, thank you. So it happened at daytime? No, I think... Yeah, why didn't he put threads on the other people's doors? That's a good question. Maybe he did, and he's saying that they broke them. I still think Tamori had the knife. I do. That means that it was one of the three that was able to use the tools at the time. However, Tamori is already dead, so either Mikaru or Uehara are the culprit. Don't make such rash judgments. I swear I didn't commit a murder. Now, wait a minute. Kinjo, what does it mean for us to have a thread on the door as a secret? What do you mean? I explained it was a device to check if you were out of the room. Not like that! It's as if you couldn't trust us all. I mean, you were spying on us without saying a word. Tyra's right, Kinjo. You don't believe in us, do you? It is not my reality to believe or not believe. This is just my nature, my own personality. I'm basically always suspicious of everyone other than me. Why is that your nature? What's with the expressions of disapproval? I proved Tyra's ability thanks to the thread on the door, right? Oh, our alibi even. Reasoning itself isn't... It's impossible. Unless you're basically suspicious of others. Kinjo-kun, you really... Stop it! Why do you keep trying to fight? This isn't the time right now. While we're doing this, Hatano's leg. Everyone calm down, even if you leave my legs. How many times is this gonna repeat already? It's not too late to cover up disputes, even after the trial is over. Now let's focus on the case, please. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, guys. So, be right back.
Oh, man!
Yay!
man!
Yay! All right!
Play with me. I told you so. I told you so.
Someday, you will be forgotten.
I glimpsed the future, and there wasn't a single trace of you.
Alright, we're back. Now remember, guys, if there's shoddy translation, please spam Tangela. I would appreciate it. Okay. So, is it just me and the priest who eventually took the tools? Good test run, Ja. For now, I think so. But isn't that funny? You guys, all the other kids are suspicious, but Tsurugi Kinjo is not at all? What? I'll say this again. No matter how much you claim Taira Akane was in the kitchen, it's useless without evidence. What do you prove, Tsurugi Kinjo? That a guy attaches a thread to a door. Where's the evidence that confirms your actions? Kinjo! If you think he's the culprit, in all situations, he can sleep at will. Why is Tsurugi Kinjo not suspicious then? I think we might be having a Tangela moment. Do you think I'm the culprit now? Well, I'm just talking about possibilities. But do you know there's no evidence? But you know there's no evidence in your words, do you? If that's the case, there's no evidence for Atori's testimony, right? The only one who checked these items was Atori, and even though it was just gone on the second day, we have no way to check it. I mean, this is pretty much what you said, right, Tom? We're going off of a bunch of testimonies that nobody... Yeah. Oh, hey, Malfagor. Nobody can really confirm any of the things that are being said. It's just like, oh, I heard this from one person, so I guess it's evidence. What in blazes? You can't believe me now? One moment. If Kinjo or Atori's words are false, isn't Taira's alibi also false? Wait, what? I'm telling the truth here. Everyone is in disarray. It's like they're trying to look for reasons to distrust each other even more than in Maki's trial. Has our trust started to break? I don't want this outcome. I'm powerless on my own. Enough. Okay, here we go. Alright, let's fucking do this. Does green-haired guy know he's a Rotom cosplayer? Yeah, he's also a Slime from Dragon Quest cosplayer. What is Mikako gonna do? Considering the true or falsehood of the testimony will change nothing. I believe the testimonies that has already been pointed is already a testimony worth considering. I like to approach this from the other side of the case. Kurokawa? Kurokawa, I think this is the time I came here. This is the first time I came here that you've said the longest speech. Kurokawa's right, you guys. Now, don't mind the trivial things. A lot of time has already passed. Focus on the idea of finding the culprit. As soon as you finish, will it be daybreak till then? Am I already half asleep right now? You shut up. Ugh. Yes, it seems that we were so enthusiastic about the killer being liars. As Kurokawa said, let's turn around halfway back and move on. Yeah, definitely, we've been tangling. Okay, I think that would be good, because I also want to avoid making Discord with you guys. Do whatever you want. To go around halfway? You mean talking about the identity of the criminal? Are you going to put things aside for a while? Either way, whether Tyra lied or not, we do not have evidence, no matter who's right or not. Let's first solve another mystery. I think that's a great idea. Change subject. Okay, that's fine too. The more urgent it is, the more necessary it is to go back to. But even if we go back, what do we do first? Basically the same as before. Do you guys recall? The most important thing in this case is the dead body. But aside who the culprit is, tell me what doubts you have about it. When the path towards the outline of the culprit will look more natural. The body. Tamori's body was the most important clue. Let's recall in my memory how Tamori's body looked. Yeah, he really is useless. Alright, come on, non-stop debate. Piece of bloody cloth, stomach wound, blood marks, entrance. These are all kind of nuts. How Tamori was killed. Let's think about it. I thought of that before, but first of all, it's the knife, right? Tangela? Yes, the Monokuma file clearly points this out. Tamori was dead in the Switchium. Yes? Why did she go to such a place? There's not even light! It is possible the killer moved it. Moved what? Anyhow, Tamori in some way went to the switch room. Without a chance to resist instant death with the knife. It must have been. Considering the state of the body, it was quite damaged among that. The one that stood out from the wounds was the killing blow written. It was not instant. On the Monokuma file, the fatal wound, but I don't think that was all. Okay. Stomach wound is what we're gonna use. No, I do not want to turn on sticky use. Yeah, can we please phone a friend, preferably who speaks Korean? We're gonna disagree with Atori. The fact that he said that after the last line makes zero sense. Major Tangela. Tamori in some way went to the switch room. Instant death with a knife.
それは違うよ。
No, that's wrong! Yeah, I always disagree with the stupid idiots, to be honest. Never disagree with Makaru. Tori, that's not it! Remember? Tamori's cause of death was obviously the neck wound, but there was another wound. There was another one? The stomach wound. That's right. Right. That's the important point. The stomach was stabbed. Why is that important? The killer just stabbed her twice, right? In general, it is, but think about it. The cause of the neck wound. In this case, for some reason, you stabbed the victim in the stomach and the neck later. If you were going to kill on the neck from the start, why did you want to stab at the stomach first? The stomach was hit cleanly, but the fatal wound was missed. However, she was killed in the end. Is there something amiss? So here's another thing we don't really know. The stomach wound, was it a stab or was it a slice? Because this matters. Was it the wire or was it the knife that impacted her stomach? That's so cool! They've been saying the word stab, which makes me think it has to have been the knife. You can probably see it like that. Looking at this case as a whole, it takes something to put into not ice. Notice. This, I will just say this, you guys.
Simple mental arithmetic.
This text is very jarring to read for a long period of time. It's just not good. That's my excuse. There you have it. Can't take it back. What do you mean? Something to notice. Perhaps the fire has something to do with it. Fire? That's right. Oh, what voice did I give this guy? Fire. That's right. It turned out that there was a fire in the switchium room. Yeah, it's also important. You guys, don't you think that the fire actually happened unnaturally? That's true. If you see a fuse on the wall, and even a lighter on the floor, you could see it right away. So, are you saying that the killer started the fire for some reason? Is there any reason to do that? This is also a question that doesn't really matter. Is the power room okay? I'm sure the switchium is a really important place, so I heard. It's a big deal if it gets damaged. Well, it's a really big place. It's cool. Of course a fire was there. Fortunately, we lived because the fuse line was laid to burn only the walls. But... oh, I was supposed to not speak, right? I'm pretty sure you guys said that about Himiko's voice, too. It's Himiko inspired. What'd you say just now? It was laid to only burn the wall? Oh, it was kind of puzzling after all. There was such a big fire, but Tamori's body didn't burn at all. Only the wall without touching the machines or the body. Was there something on the walls? If it's a wall, what else was there? A wall. If there's something on the wall of the switchium room, there's nothing coming to mind. Wait. Tom. Looking back at it, there was a line passing by it too. It was on the wall of the switchium along with something else. Are they asking about the burned fuse line? I think so, right? No, it's not like this. Think about it again. Let's see. There was only one thing in particular on the wall of the Switchium room. Let's think about it. That which was a little damaged after the crime scene. The window? I got it! What was on the wall of the Switchium room? There's only one thing, the glass window. The glass window? That big glass window, but wasn't it broken by the time we arrived? Oh, well, it turns out that when Kinjo and the others brought the fire extinguisher to put out the fire, didn't they say they hear something cracking or breaking inside? That's right. At the time, I thought it was the sound of someone in the Switchium breaking the window and going outside. I asked Uehara to check the entrance of the power room. In the end, no one was seen. Wait a minute. If the only thing on the wall of the Switchium room is the glass window, the culprit's purpose was to burn the window? Well, I think I heard this somewhere. When the glass is heated, it becomes fragile. Then the killer set fire to the Switchium after killing Tamori and broke the fragile glass window while everyone had put out the fire. Take advantage of this to escape. Wait, isn't that weird? If that's the case, all you have to do is heat up the window and break it. There's no reason to do a big job by setting the whole wall on fire, waging for no reason, right? It's possible it was used as a smokescreen. Actually, Uehara tried to check the entrance, but didn't say he couldn't see anything because of the smoke. Oh, that's too complicated. Anywho, doesn't that mean someone was inside the Switchium right before we got in? Then, me and Kinjo, who were gathered at that point, Uehara, and Mikaru have a definite alibi, right? No, you guys are making a big mistake right now. Huh? What do you mean? Think more carefully. Then, in your thoughts, you can spot the contradictions. Okay, I kind of was thinking this was what was happening, so what are they gonna make me think now? Burned fuse, dying message, glass shards. It's gotta be the glass shards. Because of how neat they are. You're mistaken. What do you mean? Reorganize what you guys said. First, you go into the Switchium. Surely the fuse and lighter were used. The reason the killer used those, it's because there was a purpose for setting a fire. By the way, the fuse was only surrounded by the wall, right? That would have burnt the walls. On the walls, in addition to the windows, there were no special items in there. Meaning, the culprit broke the window and smoke started to spread! Okay, that's who we're disagreeing with. Did you check the window? Did you check that, Inori? Glass windows are fragile when heated. Yes, the molecular state changes and cracks occur. It was so fragile, the killer was prying the glass in order to escape. It's not impossible to accomplish. Kinjo said we are mistaken. Obviously, it's clear that the killer had a purpose and caused the fire, and that purpose of the fire was for the glass window. If so, what are we mistaken about? So wait, is this about determining... Hey, what's up, Twice? Is this about determining that there was not another object in there, a special object? Or are we supposed to disagree with, Surgeon Chan? Let's try the special object first. It makes more sense to disagree with the lawyer than to disagree with, the surgeon. During the investigation, there was something Kinjo said while looking at the window. Yeah, maybe we're thinking wrong. about breaking the window. Let's think about that. What else would it be? I think if I disagree with the object thing, it's not going to be right, but we can try. Who knows how far back we're going to go. No special items. I think it's the right clue. The idea is wrong. Alright, it has to be... Are we just gonna glass shards into her saying that they were escaping? That doesn't seem like a contradiction to me, but we can try it. Because Kinjo definitely wants us to say glass shards for something here. Surrounded by the wall. So broke the windows. Smoke started to spread. Did you check that, Inori? Glass windows are fragile when heated. Molecular state changes and cracks occur. The world is crying. No, that's wrong? Because the glass shards are too neat? That's what he's gonna say? I don't understand exactly what's happening.
Somebody tried being an ass to me in chat on my match. Because I picked set. And they're like, oh my god, I locked them in before I called the spot on the field. I'm like, bitch, I'm just learning here. And then everybody else is like, yeah, dude, chill. Everyone's here just trying to pick characters, so sit down and shut your mouth to the guy.
Well, good.
I'm like, okay.
Jam's bikini was full of glass. He always does that. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's... What? As Kinjo said, I think we were mistaken for one thing. It's what Inori said right now. The broken glass. That's what I mean. What are you talking about? We know for sure the glass window is broken. Aren't you? Yeah, the glass window is broken, but it wasn't broken by anyone. What? It wasn't broken by anyone? Did the window break on their own? That's a bit ridiculous, but I guess is not a wild fantasy. No, Maeda made a very precise point. As Maeda mentioned, the window was broken alone without anyone touching it. Wait, really? Is it possible? Like Inori said, the glass is weak to heat. Of course, it can withstand a certain degree, but if it is heated directly, or if the temperature difference between indoors and outdoors is severe, the weakness becomes more prominent. Guys, do you remember the structure of the Switchium room? It was a completely enclosed space, except for the entrance, right? In fact, even when the fire broke out, I couldn't feel any heat outside. Yeah, Kinjo's words are correct, but still, isn't it too much for a glass to break just by thermal change without any external force? Of course, the conditions are just right, not impossible, but... I don't know what you're saying! Right. As Inori mentions, the logic is a bit far-fetched. But what if the conditions were met? Huh? I don't know if anyone noticed it, because it wasn't a part of their notice that was noticeable at the scene of the incident. And because the Switchium itself was dark and probably no one was interested in it, but the glass window of the Switchium was very tight. That's it. If the heat alone was left with enough time to break by itself, Kinjo's words would make sense. Hey, it's interesting reasoning, but what's the basis of it? That it was only possible that the glass could break on its own by hearing this? You didn't throw this without thinking, right? Of course not, because Kinjo's remarks have an adequate basis. Isn't that right, Kinjo? Right. Did you also notice it, Maeda? Yeah, actually, I was also guessing when I said that the window wasn't broken by someone. The exact reason the glass broke on its own, it's probably because of the glass shards, right, Kinjo? The shards? Correct. Please don't tell me I'm the only one in the world that doesn't get this until you give me a proper explanation. At first, I only knew that the killer would make a use of the window in some way to escape without fail. But Kinjo said during the investigation... I need to investigate the window more. Kinjo, 1 second. Can I ask you one more thing? I just heard the whole situation from you, but I still don't get what's weird about the glass shards from the window. To imply it's neatly broken. The glass was neatly broken. What does that mean, you ask? In other words, it means if you broke it with human strength, it wouldn't break like this. It's human power. It's neatly broken. I don't understand it. I see. What you mean is the broken shape. When I listen to Maeda and think again, it really feels like that. Yeah, if someone breaks a window with a hand or a blunt object, it should crack and break like a spider web. Have you ever experienced it at least once? You accidentally broke a glass and the shape of the broken glass. Oh, definitely! It looks like it was broken into a very complex shape like cobwebs! But how was the glass window of the switchium? It's like a broken shape, as if part of the window somehow got neatly removed. No matter how you look, don't you think it was broken by an unnatural way? It certainly looks that way. There seems to be no contradiction in Kinjo's words. Funny, isn't it? Mikaru, you must have known this much. I like you to stop trying to best me. Don't think of the class trial as a joke, Mikaru. Oh my, thanks for the advice. I'm just worried that one day you'll become as lost as these friends of yours. Kinjo, don't mind Mikaru, keep going. Actually, they just finished explaining... Wait a minute, if Kinjo's words are true, then when the fire broke out, doesn't it mean that nobody was inside the switchium? Oh, so that's what he meant. Wouldn't that be very likely? If someone was inside and were trying to escape, it would be quicker to break the glass manually, instead of waiting for it to be heated in order to break itself. Yes, besides, Uehara at the time opened the entrance to the power room and guarding it. No matter how thick the smoke was, if someone tried to leave, they would have been caught. At that time, we all thought we hadn't seen them because we all knew someone broke the glass, but in reality, no one was inside the switchium. And thus, the killer deliberately heats the glass and breaks itself, and for the reason of making us think someone inside the switchium broke the glass and escaped. Okay, that's it, right? Then, in the end, everyone's alibi no longer holds. Is that the conclusion? Think about it. If there was no one inside the switchium, the killer was ready to start a fire in advance. He could mix in us at any time. If that is the case, aren't you saying it's possible for everyone to start a fire, including Kinjo and the rest of the group who went to put out the fire when the window was broken, and the rest of us if they... in the dormitory side? Nani? Please no. Oh, you mean we don't have an alibi either? Yamaguchi is right. Anyone can commit a crime by reasoning from the information provided thus far. Hold on. Isn't that established under the premise that the person who caused the fire is the culprit? It hasn't been clear yet, but it seems too hasty. There's no reason for a person who is not the culprit to set out a fire. I'm not crazy enough. Even so, at the beginning, the timing of this incident, Mori's death occurred around 9:30 p.m. Was anyone close by during that time? I mentioned this earlier, but I was cooking alone. I was looking around the warehouse for things to help with treatments. It was useful for Hatano's first aid. I was lying in my own bed. What the? You mean everyone was alone? There does not seem to be anyone near the time of the crime. The only way we could see each other was to find out where each one of us was, or where the alibis were lost, with the exception of Makaru, Uehara, and Kurokawa. What? Then we're back at the start? There's no evidence that everyone has an alibi or to deduce the culprit. That's why... You mean there's no one in doubt? No suspects? But then, who was it? Tyra! Except you! What? What? Isn't this deja vu again? You know maybe we're in an infinite loop now. Stop doubting Akane. Didn't the talk about the testimony finish before? No, it wasn't over. It's just that it was put on hold because there was so much uncertain information. Nothing resolved about why she lied. No, I didn't lie! Wait, it's not Tyra, as the testimonies of Kinjo and Ittori proved it, right? Yeah, that's right. Whoever the culprit is, they have to prepare a fuse and a lighter to start a fire. But wasn't it mentioned that Tyra didn't come out of their room in the middle of the night when we went to our private rooms? I'm uncertain about that. Frankly, I'm suspicious of each of them, and they were put on hold. Shouldn't we use the information we have, even if it is uncertain information, unless there is an objection to definitely deny it even? I apologize, I'm really sorry. Even if there's an alibi for bringing the tools, I'll just keep it in mind. Tyra's lie, however... To be honest, it's the same with me. If she's not the killer, why did she make such suspicious remarks? Hey, I told you I might have been mistaken! Well, either way, Tyra wouldn't be able to get the tools, so she can't be the killer. Enough with this meaningless argument. You're really stupid. Okay, usually this song plays when we busted a detail, and Makaru literally has to save our asses because everybody is getting nowhere. Take the floor, Queen, please. Please, please, please. What now? Do you think we're stupid? Yes. It's so stuffy that you can't see it. Want me to share some insight? What the? At the start of the class trial, you said you wouldn't even help! She's literally proving why she's best girl right now. Oh, did I? Then I won't meddle. Do it yourself. Jam, you better check your boy. No, that isn't... Listen first. Mikaru might know something, you know? I'll tell you one thing for those who are ignorant and poor, is that there's a method for the criminal to get the tools without using their hands. Say it then! The most representative example is an accomplice. You suspected that there could have been an accomplice in the last class trial, right? But Mikaru, isn't less likely we have one in this case? We were informed that the only person to escape this place would be the killer. Moreover, even if there is an accomplice, it's impossible for them to bring the tools. According to Kinjo, in the middle of the night, the day the tool disappeared, not only Tyra, but also because neither of us left our private rooms. except for the 3 who didn't act with us. Best Girl's about to say, because Tamori was the accomplice of her own murder, then it's gotta be Uehara or Mikaru, the ones who helped Taira. Why are you already making confirmed as I did? It's not me! Okay, surely Mikaru and me were able to roam around without any restrictions that day. But I haven't shown up to the antique shop until now. You don't even have to doubt me or Uehara, Kinji. The person who brought the items from the antique shop. Can't you see it? Based on the testimonies from Kinjo and Itori, there were only 3 people who were free to move around at night during the day. What if it ends up being a suicide? That can't be. Mikaru is saying that the accomplice is obviously visible. Surely it can't be that person, right? Okay. Mikaru, the person who brought the tools. You mean it was Tamori? Huh? It was Tamori? That's right. If you have an accomplice, Tamori Kazuna shows up. You can't see anyone else, can you? By the way, I'm so ashamed that the incompetent had to answer this. Wait a minute! Tamori's the victim, though! Why is she an accomplice? That's right. I'm not exactly sure. But the only ones to bring the tools are Mikaru, Uehara, and her. She was a victim, so I wondered if there could be a contract with the criminal at some point. Incompetent. This is a common pattern, is it not? The story of a criminal tricking someone into a crime, speaking of which, the criminal took advantage of the accomplice in the end. Wait a minute, Kinjo? Kinjo can also bring the tools at nighttime. There's no way to prove that Kinjo was out of their room, or if Kinjo was out of the room or not. Didn't the time run out while talking about that? Believe it or not believe. You're free to believe. Now I think it's wise to follow more clear information than uncertain leads. Yeah, if you are with Tamori, you can definitely bring the tools. So what happened? For some reason, Tamori did say something funny. The killer himself maintained an alibi that Tamori delivered the tools to the killer in the late night hours? Now, wait a second, but Kizuna-chan didn't change her mind? There has to be a reason to decide and help the killer. Yeah, let's focus on our loosely translated clear information. I bet you she wanted to exchange secrets with whichever person it was. And then they realized that Tamori was gonna kill them. You said she was an accomplice, but she can't actually get on the level of an accomplice. What the accomplice did was just deliver the tools. I need this thing. Please bring these for me is not enough of an excuse. Whoa, what about it? If Taira is the culprit, there's nothing strange about that, right? No! That is not... Taira, I'm sorry. I hate to doubt you, but no matter how much I look at it, there's only you! You too. Everybody, this is too much! Why are you all so anxious to turn me into a bloody killer? You don't even have an alibi. The only difference between you and me is that I made a mistake once. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You just got an appropriate stick. So you're hunting witches, you villains! Apologies, but it's a situation that doesn't seem to be as bad as it is right now. I'm the culprit only because there's no certainty at all. Taira is the culprit. Is that really it? As Taira said, there's only one thing everyone is suspicious of her right now. It's just a witch hunt. If there's no solid evidence, let's think about it. Was there any more convincing evidence? Is Tyra really telling the truth, or is she lying? A flash anagram. In a flash anagram, you match an important clue in your mind while a game is going. Oh no.
Yes! Yes!
A part of the clue or syllable is displayed at the bottom of the screen, and you just need to find the right letter. Oh, okay, so is this Hangman's Gambit? It is. Oh god, we only have one heart. What is this? Okay, it is. It's in Korean! Oh no!
This is just perfect!
I can't believe this.
Oh, man!
Okay, it's not that one. It's not the stick with a person on the side. Yeah, wait, can somebody use the Google Translate map on the screen right now?
Hurry!
Oh my god, I can't. I'm clicking on them, but it's not doing anything. No. Oh, got one!
Oh my god!
God, this is so obnoxious, dude, using arrow keys. I can't believe that they didn't translate this. What a fucking flop. Okay. Ah! Alright, it's gotta be the line with the thing on the side for the last one. Yeah, that. Come on.
これだよ
Who knows what we just spelled? This is definitely going in the review. Come to think of it, there is! Of course it's that! It was a soju! Well, we're about to find out what I just spelled. There is a clue about the culprit's identity. Dying message? Like, where are we going? She looks nervous, by the way. By the way, Akane stands. She looks nervous. A clue to the killer's identity. Is that true? If you knew that, why do you mention this now? Sorry, I just remembered. And even though it's a clue to the killer, I don't know who it's pointing on. You don't even know who it's pointing to, then how do you know it's a clue to the killer? In the bottom it says, dying she. Oh yeah, probably message, dying message. Maida, what you're referring to is the dying message, is that correct? Right. Some may not have seen it, but... Tom.
His pants.
Dying message.
I got it!
Right. Some may not have seen it, but next to Tamori's body, there was some letters written in blood. Dying message, is it? Something like a cryptogram that point to the killer before they die? Yeah, everyone take a look at this. This is the dying message presumed to have been written by Tamori. Hey, this is it. I've seen this blood spot too. I just thought the blood splattered in a strange shape. Actually looks like that, but if there's any meaning in these letters... This is a clue to the culprit, right? I think it's a good idea to decipher the dying message. Well, wonderful thought. It's hexadecimal! Why would they message it? I know, why would they even talk about it now? Rather than being suspicious of Akane while catching a fuss over it. What does it say? Do we have any letters? Queen, are you gonna fill us in? XXXXX. 4 X's? I don't know what any of this means at all! I think Kinjo or Mikaru may know.
Degrees.
Isn't this a professional's
Rotate
job?
the image 180 degrees. Rotate the image 180 degrees.
Basically, the dying message refers to the culprit more directly than you think. Because it's just before she dies, the victim cannot afford to waste their time thinking. In other words, if you think a little, it has various meanings that will need to be solved. Don't think very hard, just change your perspective a little. Fail. What if it's something... Let's just throw this out there before we get into it. What if it's something so dumb like, I know there's 4 of you that are finding me right now, and it's the one that doesn't enter the room. They can't do that, right? Because that would be dumb. Small X's and then the big X, right? 3 discoverers and then the big X. The big X would probably be Priest-chan. Yeah, we've seen the dying message. 4X. Does that number have a meaning? Actually, doesn't it seem like the last X is a little big? It seems to have a different meaning than the first 3X. What is X? The meaning of X? You guys are really stupid. What? Does that mean you understood the meaning of the dying message? Of course not. There's nothing to understand. This is not a password. It literally points to the killer. What? That was it. What? What do you mean, literally? Well, first of all, if you don't even know after telling you this, I'd rather be executed and die. She's just...
I don't have any faith in humanity.
No way! Whatever you look, it only reads X! Katakana.
I told you so.
Huh? Yeah, ma'am, we solved the puzzle without being able to read Korean. Could you please cut me some slack? Katakana word. Think about it. Katakana is... Wait, katakana? Obviously, this dying message looks like the letter X at the first glance. It's because there's a lot of blood, but from a different perspective, it really looks like katakana. Well, who else was thinking that in chat? Anybody? Hello? Guys? Like... Where the fuck is Phil? Hey, Steven. I'm glad you had food. There was...
Where are you?
This has been just hilarious. I had to do a Hangman's Gambit in Korean. A letter that reads like an X in katakana. Me? Not roleplaying Canadian. Oh, I do hope that Jam found some data eventually. The most familiar one I can see. No, there are many other things you can think other than that. Oh. I can't type in Korean, but I can if you like. Mimi did it. Me. In fact, Japanese can be read differently enough even if it is written and a little skewed. It's not strange for a person on the verge of dying to write and writes with their own blood, but it would be weird if they would write straight. Then, what were they trying to draw in the end? The middle X and the third X, the alphabet X, have long vertical strokes. Why did she write it in a different language? Where is gong? Fail? I'm cracking up at this. The X is tilted. It becomes yeah. Where the vertical stroke is long, it's long. To magneton. I don't know, man. I'm getting a headache.
Magneton.
No way. What this word means is... Please tell us, because I have no fucking idea. When I think of...
Oh, man!
When I think of as katakana, the first X is almost similar to me. I'll give one more hint. Ayame or Mekaru. Right? Because those have me in them. That would be so wild if it was Ayame. There's no way. I actually refuse to believe that. She gives me ride or die vibes so hard. I would actually be shook if this was Ayame. The third X has a symbol that seems to hiding C.
Oh no.
It seems I can't see anything like that. Look closely. It's buried in the X next to it.
Hope
It's
will
hard
never
to
die.
see it because there's a drop of blood in that exact location. I don't know if you say so. Allow me to raise a question to you. Kinjo, your reaction seems to be the reaction after knowing the correct answer. At one point, after listening to Makaru and Kurokawa's words, I came to realize it. It seems like there are some other people who solved it besides me. The identity of the dying message. If you think of it as katakana, the first letter
Man,
is
this
B,
debate is getting whack.
and the last one has a written symbol. The second and third are letters with a long vertical strokes. E and toe.
Unthinkable!
So there's nothing I hate more than
So
beans.
it has to be
soybeans,
Makaru.
mung beans, whatever. I hate them all.
When I think about these combinations, I think I can see the answer for sure. Should I believe this answer? No. I have no choice but to accept the result. I have to do it. On the Miat bone. Oh yeah, you're right. The person this dying message points to, the person's identity, I have to admit it. We have to guess Makaru. But was Makaru trying to help us figure things out? Why couldn't your name have been Misatsky? Metsky? Something, you know? Just... We have to do it. Ayame? Meito. That's not like anybody's name. Okay, if we don't answer... If it's not Ayame, it might be us. Let's actually try this. Let's try it. No. Because the only reason I guessed us is because the note was about us. So maybe she was trying to write something about us. Let's try Ayame. Still no. Oh my god. We are gonna die. No, we really have... Wait, we're out of options. What do we do now? We literally have nothing to go off of. Because that entire conversation was like... Her? Scuffed's trial for sure. The meaning of the dying message. As Kurokawa mentioned, this was a text that could be read as if it was katakana. However, it just looks like the letter X because it's a little bloated. Maeda, do you know the meaning of the dying message? Well, Kurokawa, Mikaru, and Kinjo's hints set on. I'll explain to you guys from now on. This is gonna be so dumb. First of all, the first letter, as everyone guessed, May. This was easy to understand that even if you look at it, you can confuse it as a little with an X, right? I think the second letter is probably I. If you use the vertical stroke a little longer, it overlaps the horizontal stroke. It has a similar shape to me. And the third letter, it's pretty hard to recognize, but I was able to guess based on Kinjo's voiceless remarks and the first two letters. Kinjo's, what is he talking about? What the voiceless remark, what does that even mean? Where's the table? Maybe this one was supposed to be dough.
Now do you understand?
No, I don't!
That is the truth.
This one is so close to E.
Typical
If you
degenerate
write
male.
a longer horizontal stroke, it will have the same shape as something. I'm still uncertain that the last big X means, but once you look at it this far, it's true that one word comes to mind. Made. Eh? Rem. Meido. Meido! Oh my god, I cannot with this. Look, I know I paid no money, but let's, like, clean this up.
That is troubling.
Ultimate maid student, Taira Akane. Eh? There's a lot we don't know. There's a lot that we still have to talk about. The wire traps. How she got the stomach injury. The cloth that was bloody. And yeah, please no Korean snowboarding. I can't handle that. You know, I should have known something was weird when that Korean hot dog had no meat in it. Anyway, let's take a quick break so I can go to the bathroom and get more water. So let's just take in how absolutely ludicrous that was for a few minutes, and I will be right back.
Where are you? Where are you?
Hurry! 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 Hurry!
Okay. I have to say, guys, you know, I was on the fence about streaming this. I thought I was just going to play it in Discord while I had COVID, but I'm really glad we put this on Twitch, because this has been really funny. This class trial is definitely silly. But it really feels like a Danganronpa game, and I super love it. We've been sussing Akane. This new Rosetta Stone game is so
Bones
good.
to sand.
Blood to dust.
Yeah, the translations are literally so bad. I will say everything about reading this to you guys is ass. Like, the translation makes no sense, and the text is really hard to read sometimes. So, never forget not ice. So let's save. Oh, Jesus. Alright, here we go. Reminder, last class trial, we sussed the guy that did it before the suspension, and we might have done that again. Tyra, among us, the word maid refers to. Or rather, I can't think of anyone but you. Akane? It's really her? You killed Tamori? Now, wait a minute. There must be a misunderstanding. I mean, something like this? This is too much. Please, wait a minute, everyone. I have nothing. I didn't do anything. She said, mm-hmm. I don't know, Tom. Yeah, the fact that her dying message was not in Korean, I gotta say, that makes no sense. Unless if she was Japanese. Are they all supposed to be Japanese? I don't know. The dying message was written by a person. The Lord does not lie. Oh, don't bring the Lord into this. As long as the dying message refers to the word made, it has already been revealed. Ah, correction, guys. They did say that they were in Tokyo. Yeah, they said Tokyo. So we can assume all these characters are Japanese. Was it a lie at the beginning of the trial to cover up her crime? No. Tyra, tell me with your own words. Are you really the culprit? Me? I am not the killer! Akane, why am I the culprit? The dying message said the word made, but there's a big X next to it. You guys, you only interpreted the maid and didn't interpret the X after that. The X could literally mean an X. Doesn't that mean negative? In other words, it says not the maid, so I'm not the culprit. I don't know yet if what Tyra said is true, but certainly, as she said, we haven't fully decoded the dying message yet. Okay, the X at the end. Please, no more of this. Well, if you look simply at it, it really looks like it says, not the maid. That better not be it. If the dying message means not the maid, as Tyra says, I would rather be more suspicious of Tyra. Huh? Why? Don't you think so? Who is the killer? I don't recall seeing messages like, who is not the killer? Seems illogical to write. An innocent one in blood by the own victim. Rather, you would think it's not the maid to take yourself off the suspect list. Hey, doesn't that mean the culprit themselves wrote the dying message? Ding, 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 ding! That's right. There's no law saying that dying messages are all true. They can show up in many ways. For example, the killer manipulates the dying message to lead an advantage in the trial. I'm getting a sneaking suspicion about Priest Chan. Yeah, Maid X as it is, meaning the only one who would benefit from a writing that is not a maid would be the maid herself, Tyra. Whether the interpretation of the dying message is this or that, there is no way to avoid the word maid. Honey, you really are. Is Tyra really the culprit? Can we conclude the case like this? But what is this feeling? Is it my heart screaming? I feel like all of this, it feels so contradictory. Is it okay to end up with Tyra being the culprit? Can I vote now? It will be painful to do any more. It'll just be... I just wanted to end this quickly. Wait. Kurokawa? Obviously, it's true that Tyra was suspicious. Clearly the way she acted seems questionable. However, there's a problem yet to be solved. What an unsolved problem? As Kurokawa said, it's too soon to end like this. There must be a cause for this unpleasant feeling. Yeah, a secret that hasn't been solved yet. Stomach wound. Wires. Third, the flashlights. Literally all of the above. An unsolved problem. I do not know. Well, what's the point? The dying message is also over. What else is there? The secret of the window's over. Tool procurement problem has also been solved. Wait a minute. Is there anything left remaining as Kurokawa says? Only for murder, you're thinking. Don't you think about cases other than murder? Is there something other than murder? What's the problem? What problem is more important than murder? We're gonna go Hitano's injury to agree with Mikako. Yeah, we have no idea why that happened. I wonder how she knows so much, also.
そうかもしれないよ。
I agree with that! It's her ESPN. She gets good reception, even in Hope Speed. Yeah, right! That's it! Did you find something, Maeda? Guys, I think it's still a little early to call Tyra the culprit. What? What do you mean? You were the one that said the dying message had the word maid! About that, I still can't conclude for sure. Thanks to Kurokawa, I could think of something actually. Right after the incident, do you all remember Hitano's injury? Of course. Now the trial is coming to an end and Hatano's condition is worsening. Get that in order, okay? Why was Hatano injured? Everyone think about it. Why did she get hurt? You saw it. She was hurt by a wire trap in the leg. Think about it. Who installed the wire trap? When does this comes into place? I mean, the killer must have installed it! That's it. In other words, your opinion is that the suspected killer, meaning Tyra, installed the wire trap, right? Now wait a second, I've never installed anything like that! Why would I aim for a Yame-chan? That doesn't really mean you can't, though. Wait a minute, Tyra installed the wire trap? The wire trap is there, but when was it installed? When was the wire installed? I don't know exactly what's on the wire, but I can guess because I was there when Hatano was injured. Hatano was trying to grab something at the time. The wire was installed along the way to serve as a bait for it. Then, the wire must have been installed as soon as the object was placed, and that object wasn't there, at least until that point. So when was the wire installed? After the investigation began. I see! When the wire was installed, it was probably immediately after starting the investigation. I believe so. Is there a good reason for that opinion? Well... honestly, it could be just to potentially take somebody else out, Tom. Assume that something dangerous was found in the corner. Maybe it would be Cop-chan that goes, everybody stay back, I'll go get that. And then he walks in and slices himself to death. Then he can't be in the class trial to catch the culprit. Could be something like that. I highly doubt it was specifically, like, the fact that Hatano's the one that got stuck in it was by chance, I think. I don't think it was meant to, like, hit her. The wire is not visible, so the exact installation time of the wire itself is unknown, but by other elements, it can be inferred. Actually, Hatano wasn't just hurt. When she was injured, I know I was right next to them, but Hatano was injured by the wire while approaching to find and investigate some kind of object, and she got caught in the trap. Hatano, do you remember? Perhaps. Are you referring to the burnt flashlight? Yeah, there was no such thing in the corner when I found the body with everyone in the power room, but it was thereafter. The investigation started. Ah, in other words, the killer used the flashlight as bait to induce someone to get caught in the wire trap. If so, they set the flashlight and installed the wire trap at the same immediately after the investigation began is the approximate time to install it. Yeah, it's right after the start of the investigation, right? The wire was installed shortly after the investigation began. Yamaguchi? It's strange. This is weird. Weird. Is it not weird? Why are you yelling all of a sudden? Everyone open your ears and listen. If Tyra is the culprit, it means Tyra installed the wire right after the investigation started, yes? But that's impossible. Why, you ask? It's because Tyra was with me! You were with Tyra, surely? Then there was a relationship! Can you stop with that? Don't put a joke like that at a time like this. Does that mean? I know this exactly because Tyra was in the same place I was, and we didn't do anything. What? Then how can you say you didn't do anything so proudly? No, what I mean is, I was going to do some investigation and I seldom made progress, so... Anyway, that's not what's important. It's Tyra's story. I swear to you, Tyra has been stuck in one spot since everyone gathered to the power room until the trial announcement came to. What? Is that for real? apart from anything else, there was only one spot that was inefficient, even if you did a little investigation. I want to hear why. Why didn't you mention this, Tyra? No, it was shocking that Hizuna-chan died. Did any of us do that? Even so, everyone participated in the investigation. But that is not a reason. It doesn't matter, really. What's important than that now is Tyra didn't do anything at the time of the investigation. Meaning, well, where the fuck were they? They didn't even say. She couldn't install the wire, right? Yeah, that's why I said it's weird. Then Tyra's not the killer. Unless if Tyra didn't... What if Tyra is the killer and she just didn't set the wire trap? I mean, I've been trying to say that from the very beginning. But what's called a maid? Are we wrong with the interpretation? It's not just that Tyra lied. Oh, Tyra lied. She's still suspect no matter how we continue. But when that happens, you can't explain the wire trap. What's going on? I think my head will be weird if it gets twisted anymore. Can't we stop this already? If you want to die, do it. I won't stop you. It's definitely weird. Apart from simply being contradictory, logically, it's playing itself separately. As if several incidents seem to be a gathering event. Hey, man. Why are you in a hotel? Why? What's missing? It's as if the contradictions don't stop to conclude that Tyra is the culprit, but there doesn't seem to be any different direction in the case. What is the truth of this case? If Tyra isn't the culprit, what we've been doing so far for? You mean it was all good for nothing? Oh, fine. But if that's the case, then who is the culprit? Who do we vote for? I can't keep going. We keep hitting dead ends. Even in the midst of this, Hatano's leg injury must be getting worse. Well, I'll say this. Other than Tyra, is there not another suspicious person? Who is that? Kurokawa! What? Why Kurokawa? Well, I don't understand it because of the dying message and the wire install, but Kurokawa suddenly disappeared during the investigation. Isn't she suspicious to anyone? Looking at it, the broadcast announcing the start of the class trial rang, but we gathered quite late and Monokuma brought her. Why didn't Kinjo mention this? He said he had main suspects in mind. If Tyra, who's been attracting attention as a high-level suspect, it's not the culprit, will the other suspect, Kurokawa, who is next suspicious person, naturally be her? Oh my god. Wait a second. It is true that Kurokawa was late, but what disappeared during the investigation was investigated by Kurokawa's own way. What's that sentence? It was Kurokawa's discovery that the kitchen knife, Kinf even, was actually disappeared from the kitchen. But even if they were investigating, still why arrive late? I was curious from the start of the trial. I want to know the reason of being late. Even if you're not the culprit. Kurokawa? You're not a killer, right? Please answer us! Don't be uneasy! I'm not the culprit. The reason for being late, I can't tell you now. After the trial, I'll tell you why. Let's hear the clown's late reason, right? If If it was for a good reason, isn't there no reason to hide it? Why can't you tell us? The more you hide it, the more suspicious it gets. I'm sorry, but trust me, I'm not the killer. Regardless of the reason, isn't it a little too much to say that Kurokawa's the culprit? She doesn't even seem to have anything to do with the dying message. It would have been impossible to install the wire, however. No, there's no way. This is impossible. She is impossible. It's all possibilities again. Who's the killer then, even if it's a ghost? It's not impossible. Ha, you really are fools without answers. All right, take it away. Please, we've been going in circles. Please just save us. No one say anything, just let her talk. Shouldn't you be aware of this? What do you mean? What? That's the truth of the case. I told you, didn't I? I said I wouldn't help you people, but once it's a trial with my life at stake, if there's no answer, I'll solve it. So in other words, you are idiots with no answer to the extent that I have to come out like this. Damn it! Mikaru is destroying us! Mikaru's attitude is sarcastic, but I think she knows something. Mikaru may give us a clue about the situation that we cannot overcome alone. When you look at the goals of your reasoning, I can see how hard your brains are. To put it simply, you are fools who try to solve the same solution without thinking of any other method when no other problem was solved. Thank you for your kind summary description, but you, what do you know yourself? If the same method doesn't work, you should know how to challenge it using a new method. Understood, child? But what do you mean by new method? It means throwing away stereotypes. Oh my, when it's so quiet, you finally open your mouth, Psycho Police. It is not a problem if the best young police officer in Japan gets slower answers than a professor. It doesn't matter, but I guess it's all a competition for you. Let's just say it's not. There's nothing to be gained from this charade. There's something sparkling between you two. But what's that mean? Stereotypes? To throw away? Did you both find out something? I'll apologize first. When the trial happened, I was about to be overthrown by the killer because of the misinterpretation of the case. But I deserved it. I was guessing to some extent, but I didn't think there would be this case would be so twisted. It was twisted? It's natural to say you guys made it public. This case is simple. There's a criminal, and that criminal killed the victim. Yes? If you tried to solve it, there would be contradictions. Then, wait a minute. So then this isn't a murder case? No, it is a murder. It's clearly malevolent. But, do you recall what I mentioned earlier? An ordinary murder case. This is it. This is where it's revealed that Kizuna invites the maid to the dark room, tries to kill her, and then maid kills her. And then somebody else fucked with the scene of the crime with the fuse. And the wire. Yeah, I think that's the direction we're going. An ordinary murder case would be. Oh yeah, fuck Kizuna. Difficult to solve if you think of it as a simple step-by-step scenario. While investigating before the trial, I guessed the outline frame, but at that point I couldn't confirm this either. However, as the trial progressed, Tyra's reactions and the dying message being solved, a truth was reached. To be precise, the riddle that has been solved so far was one that derived from a clue, but... what's the truth about it? To put this simply, this crime is not a case where there's one culprit and one victim being mentioned. What? Not the culprit, not one culprit, not one victim? Hey, what's up, Kak? Ja, what is that? How could you do this? Unbelievable. So, you mean there was an accomplice? But didn't Monokuma say that accomplices had no advantage? No, it's a bit ambiguous to call it an accomplice. But what is certain that a third party other than the criminal was clearly involved? Agreed. Third party? Who was it? You, Tyra. Tyra was the third party. What if... oh, wait. There's still a way that your guys' girl is alive. What if there was a conflict like we said? Where Rem was drawn into the dark room by Kizuna. Kizuna's intention is to kill her. The situation gets reversed on her, and Kizuna gets wounded, but stays in the dark room. Maid-chan runs, and somebody finds Kizuna and just kills her, finishes her off. I really hope that that's wrong, though, because I just want the maid to be unhinged. Or the maid to have killed... Tyra was the third party. Is that different from a culprit or accomplice? For starters, I like to see it like that. As you guys said, if you're a criminal, you have to install a wire trap, but Tyra herself couldn't afford it because of Yamaguchi. He also saw Tyra stand still during that time. It's giving Sayaka. When then Akane no longer needs to be questioned, right? No, wait, I'm really sorry, but I still don't get it. If Tyra isn't the culprit, I don't know why the dying message points to the maid. And she even lied to us. That's why I told you, Tyra is a third party in this case. What? It's not a culprit. It's different from an accomplice, but it's obviously a third party who was heavily involved in the case. Maybe she was not even aware of it. The woman's personality is showing her heart on her face. It's proof that the maid lied and wrote the dying message. Lying to everyone here. It seems by your facial expressions you don't understand it. Okay, before discussing the real criminal, let's begin with a question about it. Oh, fuck! Alright. What now? Secret note! Third flashlight, wire trap, lighter, it could be any of them. Probably not the lighter. Tyra isn't just a suspect, she's a third party. I'm not sure what that means. According to your reasoning at first glance, Tyra Akane looks like a culprit. But for Tyra Akane to put the wire trap is not possible. There's a contradiction. In fact, it's okay to say that your reasoning in return is the correct answer. A rookie mistake! Someone clean up this mess! In the first place, being a third party, doesn't that mean there is a third person besides the criminal and the victim? 3 or more people were involved in this crime. Is there any evidence to prove this? Third flashlight. Oh. Never disagree with Makaru, I know. She will literally kill us. Okay. I love her. That pose is the best for her. No, that's wrong. No, Uehara, wait. There was evidence of 3 people involved in the crime. What would that be? A flashlight, of course. There was one more flashlight. What do you mean there was one more? Hatano, the flashlight you were trying to pick up. Oh, that's why Hatano injured her leg on the wire. That flashlight, right? But what does it mean when you say there was one more? I think there were some people who haven't seen it. Let me tell you, in the Switchium, there were 2 broken flashlights. By the way, Maeda, other than those 2, the 3rd flashlight, on the day the 2nd floor was opened, everyone saw it while investigating, right? It's a dark place where the switch doesn't light up. Without a flashlight, nothing is visible. And the fact that Tamori died would have been something to do with the Switchium. But in that case, she must have brought a flashlight. So one of the 3 flashlights would have to be the one Tamori brought. And if you don't see anything, murder is not possible. It means the culprit killed Tamori inside the Switchium, and the culprit also took a flashlight. So the 2nd flashlight was brought by the killer. Hey, wait a minute. Who's the owner of the 3rd flashlight? That's right. Maeda explained it very well. The Switchium is not a known place, and there's nothing visible, so naturally, you expect to carry a flashlight in order to go there. Even if I went, I would need my flashlight back once I'm done with my business. There's no reason to leave it behind. Wasn't this the aftermath of a struggle between the criminal and Tamori? One moment. Isn't that just by reasoning alone? Unless there's 0% chance that someone forgot it and left it in the past, it wouldn't be clear. No, Uehara. There's evidence that all the 3 flashlights are involved in the incident. So, I do notice he's very argumentative, and I couldn't tell if he was just being inquisitive or if he's deflecting. But I would say the target on Priest-chan is, like, growing. Green Chestnut-chan, I would love if it was him. As Kinjo said, 2 flashlights were broken, and the last one, it was burnt. Correct. It's a flashlight before it got caught in the fire. That's the flashlight that was on the scene. Now do you understand? Is there a fool who still doesn't understand? According to your inference, that fact that the case involved 3
Now do
people
you understand?
was the adequate basis of this case. I had no idea.
Do you understand?
You must not have known. Probably the killer tried to use Tyra. Really? What does that mean? We've come this far, so I wonder if it's okay to reveal it. I called Tyra a third party, but this doesn't mean that you simply witnessed or helped the killer. What is it, then? How Tyra was involved in this incident. By the time everyone might have noticed, not the culprit, but the executioner. Is it appropriate to call them like this? What? What's an executor? No way this fits Tyra stabbing Tamori. I guess she didn't even do it. That's right. There's a criminal who killed her breath with a critical hit. But it was probably Tyra who made Tamori moribund. What? That's a lie. Tyra did? Joe, wait a minute. Hey, don't you want to know what I'm talking about? Tyra Akane, you're also a criminal who committed attempted murder, you bloody bitch. Ah! Now, wait a second. What is this so suddenly? Hey, is Tyra the executioner? What's wrong, Kobashikawa? You said you couldn't admit that Tyra wasn't the culprit. No, rather than being able to admit it, but why Tyra? Yeah. I don't know what it means that there is another criminal who inflicted a critical hit even though she was an executioner in the first place, which this wording is all the fuck over the place, and I can't believe that Akane did this. If you dishonor Akane without a compelling reason, I cannot forgive you. That's right. Tyra would never do something like that. It's starting again. Didn't people say that they can't know just by looking at them? All you think Tyra Akane is not one to do that? After all, you just don't know her well enough. But why don't you tell me why would Tyra stab Tamori to the verge of death? How did that happen? You've already let that go, didn't you? We let her go? You don't mean... Yes, the evidence that Tyra Akane personally injured Tamori Kizuna is exactly what you expect. A dying message pointing to the maid, Tyra Akane's suspicious lie. But why wasn't she the culprit of the direct murder? That was also solved by you. Simple, isn't it? That woman didn't have the time to install the wire. What? Everyone looks like you can't understand. Sorry, but besides this, there is evidence that Tyra Akane committed a murder attempt. So we're gonna get a trial where next chapter, where Akane dies, and number one sus is gonna be Kinjo because he hates murderers. Well, is there any other evidence? No, Kinjo is right. There's evidence I can only think of. Maeda, even you? Why? I'd love to think that, but as Kinjo says, it's all true. I knew it too. If you look at the scene of the incident, there was traces of others who couldn't exist. That trace was probably left by Tyra. According to the images in my memory, there's one definitive clue. What is spot selection? Spot selection. Images or photos in your memory will begin to appear.
Yes!
Look for the places that contain the answer to the current topic. The method is simple. A photo or picture that fits the current topic appears aiming point and you can find the answer. This is a DR3 thing. I think it's the sheet, to be honest. I don't think it's here. It's obvious, according to our reasoning earlier, the killer set up the fire to make it look like they went out the door. If that's the case, traces left behind. The traces in that place must have been left by Tyra, who did not know the killer's intentions. Is it the window? Or the blood splatter right here?
これだよ。
I got it! Remember what we discussed earlier about why the killer started the fire? The fire was used to heat the glass window and break it remotely, and to make us think the killer was inside the switchium and smash the glass to escape, right? Yeah, and in fact, we almost got caught in that trap and confused our reasoning. Now we were talking about why Tyra was involved in the case. Think carefully. If the killer's purpose was to make us think they broke the glass, why is there a blood spot at the entrance? Blood stain at the entrance! Is that so? A blood stain like walking out of the switchium. That's evidence from a third party that's different from the criminal's intentions. Was that from a struggle? Maybe it's just Tamori's blood. If Tamori went out of the switchium while bleeding, the power room outside would have been filled with blood spots, don't you think so? Does that mean the blood spot was after coming out of the switchium because it was dark then? What? There were 2 broken flashlights inside the switchium. If it were broken during a struggle, you wouldn't know that the blood would splatter in the dark after you stabbed Tamori. Well then, the blood trace comes from Akane? Wait a minute. After the killer attacked Tamori, they could have set off the fire after walking out towards the entrance without knowing that the blood was on it, right? In this way, there's no room for Tyra to intervene. Inori, I'm sorry, but that's also impossible. The one who killed Tamori by killing her definitively probably didn't splash a drop of blood on their body. Yeah, because maybe the real killer used that tool to prevent the blood from bleeding right before they stabbed Tamori. That tool was the sheet. This is fucking wild. Either that or they burned her! No, probably not.
これだよ。
I got it! Actually, there was a piece of cloth covered in blood in the corner of the switchium. Bloody! This is... right. Anyone planning a murder must be concerned about the bleeding. Probably they use it on Tamori, without a drop of blood on your own body. If the real culprit uses it and murders Tamori, there is no reason for a blood smear on the entrance. What? Then she really... Are you saying Akane stabbed Tamori? Now, this is very interesting, you guys, because I was expecting if it was Akane, we just get her out, right? But instead, we are gonna live with her knowing she's fucking insane. and tried to kill somebody but somehow failed. Well, I think there's no way Akane can be... She at the very least attempted murder. Yeah, she might be the Nagito of this season. Love that we're calling it a season, by the way. Because there's a whole...
Is it because you think I'm ugly?
There's a whole nother killing game we all have to play together. Actually, 2 more that I have in mind. I really should have saved this for a weekend game.
Yes! Yes!
Good lord. Alright. I can't believe it. Why did Tyra do that? Tyra, no matter what you did in the end, there is a separate, real criminal who directly killed Tamori other than you. You're not treated as a real criminal in this trial. If you admit to the crime, you won't be executed. So tell me with your own mouth, did you really do it and why? I'm sorry. Sorry, are you? Then it's really true. You guys are right. I'm the one. I stabbed Kizuna-chan. What? I'm not particularly sympathetic, but I'm curious. Why did you do that? Kizuna-chan. No, Tamori Kizuna. Because she was a human being who had no choice but to die. Because she had her secret note. Wait, no, she didn't. Didn't Kizuna say she had... She had Otori's, didn't she? What are you talking about? It was Tyra herself that most defended Tamori, didn't you? I'm sorry. It's just in case I was found out. I just made an excuse and got scared. That must have been it. Actually, you seem to believe you were the real culprit. But I want you to believe in this. I never decided to kill and stab Kizuna-chan. What does that mean? You didn't stab with murder intention, but after that remark, you seem to despise Tamori. Well, I'll tell you what happened. Let me give you an explanation. I'm not sure about Mikaru and Uehara. I'm not sure about Mikaru and Uehara know this, how they know this, because a word is missing from my sentence. But the day after the motives came out, we all went to persuade Kizuna-chan. Actually, Kizuna-chan was also in loneliness, and she tried to convince herself because she knew it deep down. I finally opened my heart to Kizuna-chan, and we hugged, but I finally thought we became friends truly. But that evening, Kizuna-chan had something to talk about, so she called me to the Switchium. Of course, she had something to discuss with me, so she called me to the room with no lights. That's a great place to talk to somebody. I took a flashlight and went there. Kizuna-chan, are you here? Right here, Tyra. Kizuna-chan, I know you wanted to talk about something, but why in such a dark place? Yeah, no one's coming here, right? Oh no, I don't think so. So what did you want to talk about? Yeah, that's right. I'm scared too now. I'm too scared now. What? Scared? Why? You know about the motives given by Monokuma? Remember? Our secrets are written in there. It seemed like you all threw it away, but I got no clue whose I stumbled upon in the trash. Someone's secret. Do you want to see it? First, look at the contents. What is this? Yuki Maeda may actually know the identity of the mastermind? What? Maeda? Is that true? No, I'm just a normal student. You're not lying, right? You're not actually playing with us while you know about them, do you? Stop it. Now's not the time to reproach each other. Yeah, the message is surprising, but it is urgent we hear Tyra's testimony. Tyra, resume at once. Okay. I can't trust Yukun as long as I see that. It's not just that. Knowing the mastermind, they might play with Yus and try to kill us later. Is this from a Danganronpa, you guys? I don't recognize this. No, Maeda wouldn't do that.
No one can stop me.
False. You don't know people just by looking at them. Mitsuhiro-kun did the same, remember? Then what do you want to do, even if you tell the others? No, that's not the case. Then we can kill him with our hands. What? The reason I called you is actually this. Aren't you close to Yukun? Wouldn't you be able to take him out? You know what you're talking about? Listen, I have a good idea. If you can only help me, otherwise, how can I kill Yukun without being noticed by someone? First of all, I brought the preparations. The fuse, lighter, and finally, a knife. Once you pick up Yukun and call him somewhere, I'll stab him with the knife. I'm not talking about that. I asked if you were really serious. If you kill, you'll die in a trial. That's when the killer is stupidly caught. Did you forget that the only way to get out of here is to murder someone? Did you forget that if you kill him and get away with it, then your accomplice dies? Like, you are so dumb. So, first help me. If my murder is successful, I'll help you. What do you think? Let's get out together. Are you crazy? Why do I want to murder? What? Don't you want to get out of here? I want to go out, but doing that at the expense of another's life? That's it then. I'm the only one who wants to go outside more than anyone here. I'm not a human being who will rot in this place. Why should I? A bright future awaits me once I get out of this place. Actually, I got everything ready after those 2 days from the previous class trial. I also brought these tools earlier today. I'm going to kill this traitor. Wouldn't be less guilty to kill a bad guy, right? You better think and join me here. Are you saying being prepared for a murder? You've been prepared for a murder since the second day? Then you didn't open up to us. Huh? Oh my god, this stupid bitch. Of course I was acting. Do you think I'm gonna go and fall for that crappy event? I can't. Alright, so just do what I tell you to do. Know that you were really lucky that I choose you. Please bring Yuki-kun here by tomorrow morning. No, I hate it. Why would I help murder? And I can't believe that Maeda-kun is such an evil person. That's obviously Monokuma's lie. Anyway, I'm not going to help you. And Kizuna-chan, please wake up and don't do this. If you are with us, I'm sure we can find a way. Oh, okay. You... What? Well, I didn't expect you to cooperate from the start with the murder because you didn't. I have to change the target as planned. What are you... Hey, Kizuna-chan! You dodged it. Why are you doing this, Kizuna? Why are you asking? I'm trying to kill you. Kizuna-chan? You already knew I was going to kill, remember? I can't keep you alive. It's a pity that you can't kill Yuki Maeda, but it doesn't matter if you can't get out of here. Yeah, someone save me! This trial has been a trip, Natalie. Is that true? Tamori tried to kill Akane first? Even so, before the motives came out, she said she'd made up her mind to kill someone, and all the appearances she showed us were an act? Yeah, Tamori Kizuna was that kind of person. So, you felt in danger of your own life and attacked Tamori in self-defense. No, that's not right. Listen, I didn't really intend to stab Tamori in self-defense of any sort. Then why did you... Tamori ran to kill you. What happened after that? I noticed that Kizuna-chan was serious, and I was too scared. I tried to run for it. Then, I was pushed down by Kizuna and fell over. And I tried to resist somehow, and the flashlights we were holding broke each other. That was when the two broken flashlights were broken in the switchium. I couldn't see anything because of the flashlight broken, and I was right next to Kizuna-chan with the knife. I was really scared, and tried to resist with my whole body. Honestly, I think it was pure luck that I didn't get hit with the knife. By the way, suddenly Kizuna at one point became really quiet. That's when I took my chance to get out of the switchium. You got out? Okay, you stabbed Tamori Kizuna while resisting without knowing it? When I looked at my hands in a bright place, I see a lot of blood. There's a lot of red on my clothes. I got in a panic. Didn't look behind me, got out of the power room and ran to the bathroom to wipe the blood. So that's what happened. I was wiping it with water until the smell of the blood washed away, and then the announcement came out. I thought Kizuna-chan was the one whom I stabbed was found, so my vision became white. After that, I went to the power room. There was a fire for some reason, and the switchium was all messed up. Other than yourself, there was someone else who touched the scene of the crime. Did you think it was you who killed her? That's not it. What happened was... That's how the events are connected. This is all I know about the case. I never meant to stab Kizuna-chan with evil intentions. Whatever the reason, good or bad, once you look at the results, they are Taira Akane stabbed Tamori Kizuna. This is a fact. You cannot change its meaning for whatever reason you might say. But you said I wasn't the culprit. Yes, you just stabbed her, like I said. There's another killer who caused the fire and the final blow. If the trial settles safely, it'll be the real criminal, not you, who's going to be executed. So your sins will be laid aside after the trial is over. Don't you think you'll just go over it? Now wait a second, it's still an accident, wasn't it? See, I feel like she had no bad intentions, so we shouldn't really be blaming her. Like, Kizuna was an awful psycho, and then died in her own shitty murder attempt.
Yes! Ha ha ha! Yes!
Yeah. The question is, who overheard their conversation and then killed? Besides, if Tamori hadn't been stabbed, then Taira would have died. That's right. Don't be too forceful with them. Taira herself is more distressed than anyone else. I'm sorry. Hey, second to the fact that it was a crime or forced assault, the trial isn't over yet, right? Now that we know the case, we need to find the true culprit, so let's not get excited just yet, children. Fine. Let's talk about this later, because the trial is the most important thing now. Akane, don't blame yourself too much, because in the end you survived. For the most part, I think it's the best outcome that Akane lived. Isn't it important to be alive?
Yame-chan, thank you.
Now then, let's organize the case based on Tyra's words. Tamori tried to plan a killing a few days ago, and she called Tyra to the Switchium to plan her crime with them and tried to kill Tyra in the process. But her plan failed, she died! So this is the whole story of the case. Hey, you stay still. There's a bit of mental ferocity in there. Now then, let's do a little summary. First, the number of people involved in this case are 3. One is the victim, Kizuna Tamori. The next is a criminal who has not yet been identified. And the third is Tyra Akane. Tamori, who wanted to leave here as soon as possible, planned a murder. Before the motives even came out, her rebellion was just an excuse for Tamori, and for that first time, she attempted to make Tyra join forces in this crime. If Tamori worked with someone, it would have been easy for her to escape, but Tyra refused, as expected. She tried to get rid of Tyra, the one who heard her plan and leave no traces behind. However, the attack missed, and in return, there was an accident where the knife ended up stabbing Tamori, while tangled up in the dark. Tyra was surprised that she stabbed her, and then she ran to the bathroom. But when she heard the announcement that the body was found, she went back to the power room, and there were things like the fire she hadn't even done, so Akane was confused at the time. So then, in the end, the killer made use of Tyra's talent and put the blame on her in order to make us vote for her. Yeah, there were 3 people involved in the case, so complicated as it is. By the way, no matter what happened this far, this would mean that she's not the culprit of this case, right? But then who's the real culprit? The true culprit. The true culprit's identity. Hiranami, what is it? Did you figure something out? Nope. It's just amazing that Kurokawa is just very active in participating in the conversation. Are you serious? I have to say, there are already hints about the real culprit. What? Who is it? Really? Who is it? In general, there is no one who does not have a noticeable alibi other than Tyra. In other words, it is possible for anyone to commit the crime. However, there's only one of us who has led all the situations to their advantage. Yes, and very precisely, I may add. Is he about to accuse Kurokawa? Is there something like that? Who on earth? Oh, what is this? We made a poll. Policeman, priest, professor. The clown. I feel like it's probably the priest, personally. Surely it's not Tyra. There's someone who has taken advantage of the circumstances of the case with too ridiculous timing that it could simply be a coincidence at first glance. Think about it. The fire was not caused by Tyra. Then, obviously, the real culprit set the fire. Please don't do this, Fail. You think Runner? But don't you think there's something amiss? When you leave a fire, the corpse would need to be burned, and you don't know when it can be found. But Hatano actually found it. Yes, Hatano found it. Well, if that's the case, the wire matters too. Even if you install a wire trap as bait for a burnt flashlight in the corner, there is a possibility that no one will find it. And it could end up just there, right? Are they about to say that Hatano's legs getting hurt was a diversion? But it didn't, because... Huh? Isn't something a little weird? What does the sighting between the fire and the wire have in common? If you think, you will see the answer. The person who led all situations to their own advantage. The person who led the case so that they would solve it in their own accord. The only... They are strong enough to investigate most of the incident. The first time they noticed the fire and the wire trap. I don't quite get that. Are they talking about Priest? Are they talking about Makaru? The main thing is that they did this job. If you don't find the truth, then we will all die. Oh my god, I don't know. Makaru? It can't be Makaru. I actually don't believe that. Let's guess Priesty. We're gonna guess the Priest first. Unless if you guys think we should go somebody else. Can we do this just for fun? We can't. There's no way. It'd have to be her, I think. No way! Oh my god. As Kinjo says, there was only one person.
Oh my
only
god.
Someone who could move the situation to their advantage. That person is Hatano. You.
Asinine knave.
Now, what are you... Maeda, did you get tired? The culprit was the one who hurt Hatano's leg. But what if Hatano's the culprit? She was aiming her own leg? Nonsense! That would be more reliable to say that I'm the one crazy! That is quite true. Please don't mess with me, Maeda-kun. No matter what, Ayame-chan being the culprit is... That's right. Kinjo doesn't understand still. Kinjo doesn't stand still and say something. Oh, don't stand still and say something. Maeda seems to be losing it now. No, that incompetent made a very precise reasoning. Don't you agree? The culprit is Ayame Hatano. She must be. We have done nothing but talk about this whole episode, how she's gonna survive till the end of the game. I'm not exactly denying it, but I don't have a clear picture. Can you at least clarify why you believe so? It's because of a few reasons Hatano is suspect. The true culprit of this case is not strange to any of us. The reason is because Tyra pulled the ceremony of the event of the incident, and the killer was only a light maneuver in the scene. All of our alibis were also in the dark, and there was contradictions no matter who you put as the killer. However, that's why Hitano's actions were. Hitano's behavior was even more unnatural. What are you talking about? The killer made an alibi trick by building a fire and finishing Tamori herself, in which Tyra couldn't. Until here, everyone understands, right? Then here, who was the first to discover the fire? What do you think? That was Hitano. But there's no way to call someone a culprit with just that. You shut up, secondhand killer. It's not just that. And even though the corpse was found, the killer installed a wire trap as if aiming at someone. And who was the first person to discover this? It was also Hitano too. Let's think. At best, she made an alibi trick. If someone else finds it first, there will be too many dangerous variables. But if you set a fire, you can create the best situation you want. Are you referring to the situation where the criminal himself is putting off the fire with other people? That's right, because the original purpose of the killer's fire was to break the glass and heat it to make someone think that a person escaped. If the killer was with other people in that situation, they would have their own alibi. Well, it's a crappy trick, so I didn't even doubt it from the beginning. In addition, Hitano would have had enough time to install the wire. Listening to Tyra's story, Tamori brought all the tools, so you can use them in the arms of the dead Tamori. Then, no, but Yami-chan... Well, there must be something wrong with that. I mean, it could be a coincidence. Hitano the culprit, just like that? Why is the person who was picked up being silent? But the others are so nosy. Hey, why are you being quiet? Are you exercising your right to remain silent? Or you think this is a joke? It's just that it's so absurd that you've left me speechless. I'm still standing here, and I'm being treated as a criminal. I mean, this isn't funny, Ayami-chan. You can't be the culprit. Oh, anything to object to then? Of course. You don't seem to realize it yet. I'll tell you why I can't be the killer. Okay. Is this still going? Why can't you be the culprit? Okay, it looks like you guys are missing one thing in particular. Tamori's time of death. Do you remember it? Time of death? Was it not specified in the Monokuma file? Ah, correct. 9:30 p.m. It said around that time, right? Huh? Isn't that weird? Yeah, around 9:30 p.m. I was putting the fire with Kinjo and the others. Accurately, that's true. So what happened? Oh. Tamori might have been told to meet someone at 9:30, but she was stabbed in surprise. At that time, she was still dead. I didn't see anyone. I can't be the culprit. What? Also, sorry. Oh. Well, I'm glad that you wasted my time. If Tamori's death was definitely 9:30 p.m., then Hitano has an alibi. But there's something so unnatural about it. Oh! We used the, Inori said in her medical review that the time of death could be wrong. Malvagor, you called this. Alright, so we know this. We know this. It's the medical result. And we disagree with the last statement. Yep, 9:30 p.m. She was putting out the fire with Kinjo and the others. No, that's wrong! Hatano? Is that really so? What? Is this your opinion of Hatano? Is this your opinion, Hatano? It might be katakana. Let's have an expert like Ja read it for us, please. Because the time of death is 9:30 p.m. The culprit killed Tamori by stabbing Tamori at 9:30 p.m. Of course, Tamori's death is a stabbed neck as a reminder. It must have been an instant death at the moment. But that's not the case. Huh? Even if you argue that Hatano's words are true at first glance, after putting some consideration on the circumstances, at the time the killer was not already inside the Switchium. Maeda's right. You have no choice but to. This is a problem you solved earlier, right? From the time her fire started to ignite, Tamori must have been stabbed by her knife. Yeah, otherwise, the alibi trick of breaking a window remotely would be meaningless. But then, what happened to Tamori's time of death? No matter how much you think about Tamori's death at 9:30 p.m., it makes no sense. Everyone listen carefully. From here on out, the reasoning behind this is a little mixed meaning. Perhaps Tamori, before Hatano discovered the fire, it may have been already around 9 o'clock with the knife on her neck. What? Super grotesque. That's far-fetched, Maeda. Are you really thinking about it? Are you able to prove that a human being can live for 30 minutes with a throat pierced? I don't really believe it either, but I'm not saying this for no reason. There is evidence that Tamori survived that long. First thing I came to think of was this because of Inori. Thanks a lot. Me? This was when Inori was investigating, wasn't it? Remember what you said to me after examining Tamori's body? What should I say? It's a terrible amount of bleeding. Humans die of excessive bleeding when about 1/3 of the blood volume flows out. But this is not about 1/3, as you can see. It's amazing that even this amount of blood came out. The wound on the neck is definitely fatal, but it should have coagulated to some extent. And the amount of bleeding should have gradually decreased after the heart stops beating. That means... Oh, that means, are you saying something else produced this mass bleeding? No, I cannot confirm this with my own opinion. It is rare, but if your blood pressure is strong, then the amount of bleeding increases. That much I know for sure. But put it simply, there are individual differences. Well, having a lot of bleeding in here means it took quite a while before death. Thanks to this, Tamori must have died in a very terrible pain. Think about it. Around 9:30, Tamori had just had a stab with a knife on her neck. If she died, when we found it, the blood would not have been spread out. Of course, when we discovered it, there was still a little bleeding, but most of this started to harden, and it is unnatural to say that much. Such a deep liquid had been flowing after 9:30. That makes sense, but Maida, did you forget? Tamori's wound is not just the neck. Could it have flowed out of the stomach wound? Of course it is possible, but there's another proof that says she's been alive for a long time after being stabbed by the neck. If Tamori died in a blow as soon as her throat were pierced, there is a sign that should never have been there. Because Tamori knew who the real killer was, who killed them other than Tyra. Such a marker was written by them. Another proof that Tamori was still alive is the dying message modification? I see. The reason is because of the dying message. Dying message? Didn't that story end earlier, pointing to the maid word? Yes, but when I came back to it, I could see something I didn't before. There was a big X after the word. After the word for maid. That meaning is correct, as we guessed before, not the maid. Come to think of it, was it written by Tamori? I thought Tyra wrote it as a self-act. It was the reason we found the dying message. I mentioned this before, but after seeing the blood, I just went to the bathroom right away. I couldn't afford to think about that. Yeah, it's not Tyra. It's likely the former idea. Tamori wrote the word maid in her own blood to let us know. That, if that's the case, why is there an X next to it? It wasn't the criminal's own doing, but the reason the victim herself adds the X and writes not the maid. Ah, I see. She tried to correct the dying message as she wrote maid, because there was another person who stabbed her neck while she was writing the letters. Yes. If Tamori died immediately as soon as her throat was cut, there wouldn't be correction of the dying message, as she would have been left out of strength to muster. But even after being stabbed in the neck, her will still was living, as much as being able to correct the message with all of her strength, while holding a knife on her throat. Ugh. How Tamori had a cut throat and was alive, that much I don't know. But the things I said now prove that Tamori was still alive under those conditions. Therefore, even if Tamori's time of death was 9:30 p.m., there's no evidence that you can say you are incapable of committing this crime.
How dare you?
Oh, because Dugong is one of Lorelai's Pokemon, so the sound files aren't available yet on YouTube. Easy peasy, Fail-chan. Yeah, Lorelai, Bruno, Blaine, and like maybe one other are not available yet. But the rest are, so if anybody wants any of the Pokemon that they saw from the other day, I'll add them.
I told you so.
Well, Fail, if you want to look for it.
Prepare to battle!
Ooh, I'm feeling giddy. Oh, we do need that, actually. You're so right, Toyscast. It can't be. This is a lie. Hey, Yami-chan? Yeah, he will personally impersonate them. This is just perfect. Really? This is such a ridiculous story about being alive with a stabbed neck. Yeah, we need Tears Reggie voices. Hey, Yame-chan, please say something! It's hard to believe, but humans are creatures that sometimes achieve phenomena beyond. It happens sometimes, even in terror scenes. Nothing strange at all. What? Then, Hatano, are you really the culprit? I don't know why Hatano did this. If my reasoning was wrong, it would be really weird, but there are many situations. The more I think Hatano's the culprit, the more it fits. Hatano. Let me hear it from your own voice. The
それでは引
truth.
けません
No! Not another one of these! Also, I'm not happy that she's getting involved in one of these, because so far, these have all been death flags. Wait, I can't tolerate that Hatano is the culprit. It's unacceptable. Inori, I know it's hard to believe. I can't believe it either, so if you look at Hatano's actions, you can only say that it's so suspicious that everything goes off in her favor. She's not suspicious. There's a reason it wasn't suspicious. I'll let you know why Hatano is not the culprit. I hate these so much. Hatano's injury or the autopsy, it's gotta be one. Why did she aim for her own leg? The wire worked for the culprit. Do you really think so? Even if you target an unknown person, it's meaningless if it's not found. No matter how you use a flashlight as bait, finding one in that short time is weird too. It's just by chance. Oh, the killer who wants to get out of here. There's no point in hurting your own body. That's a really good point. Why would she injure her own leg past the point of being able to ever use it again? Is it really a coincidence that Hatano injured her leg? But if Hatano was the culprit, as Inori says, Hatano would aim for her own leg. The reason is, I don't really know, but aside from reason, I'm sure the wire trap was only meant for Hatano and no one else. The evidence is the one Inori herself told me. Consider the situation where the wire trap hurt Hatano again. I might have to disagree that one with Hatano's injury. Yeah, I'll try disagreeing. Shit, I thought I pressed it at the right time. Nope, I was wrong. This is a bitch. I know. It's like, I guess it wrong for me, just like...
Man.
No, that's wrong! Allow me to cut through those words! Who's the best? Oh, I hate Richie. Inori, I'm sorry, but there is another evidence that Hatano is the culprit. Rapscallion! It's probably something in Korean, Malfagor. Inori's argument is clear. The culprit wouldn't hurt themselves, right? Of course, isn't it? If you're a killer, you are not supposed to aim yourself. What if it was calculated to induce that thought? What? I mean, in I mean, to be fair, I basically was counting out Hitano's entire trial because of the wound. What are you talking about, Maeda? Surely, you don't mean... She's a liar. If you are the criminal, you can never hurt yourself. What if you were doing a self-play to deliberately draw out that thought? Otherwise, there is no gain for a killer to install the wire. They end up murdering and finish the process. But after that, they installed a wire and aimed at someone. It only adds suspicion. There's no benefit from the killer. Maybe there was a reason to be put there, isn't there? That's right. I'm sure there is. That's why Ayame-chan is not the culprit, and that's not the only thing. Even if the kill had some reason, they installed wires to target someone. Even so, how exactly do you intend to cut the leg tendon? Our stride length and calf size are all different. That's...
Oh, man!
Oh, hello, Zephyr. Hey, cutting the tendon may not have been on purpose. Ayame-chan suffered a fatal injury because of bad luck.
Man!
If that's the case... we don't have a Lorelei yet. We don't have a Lorelei. The sound commands were not on... The source hadn't uploaded them on YouTube yet. So I couldn't do any for a couple characters. If that's the case, I wouldn't install the wire. You don't need to use wires while holding
Play with
your
me.
wrist in future.
I told you so.
Then...
Do you understand?
I was aiming at Ayame-chan from the start. So I installed the wire exactly in the position of Ayame-chan's
Allow me to
tendon.
cut through those words!
How do you know that? It is difficult to know the position of a tendon without prior knowledge, but you install it while calculating to trap and trip over? The only one of us who has that knowledge is a surgeon, Nori. Her own legs at the same too. Who knows about muscles of athletes more than Hitano herself? That she can't be. Inori, Hitano was never caught in a trap because of bad luck. Because she was caught in a trap she installed, she was able to produce such a perfect tendon-cutting accident. Whew, that was pretty good. It's really her! Why did Hitano? Well, I'm the one who saw Hitano's wound. I can't believe it, that she made a wound so full of evil intention. Ayame-chan can't be the culprit. I'd rather be the culprit, even if I'm executed only for Ayame-chan. I can't believe it either. I wish it was all a lie. I wish it was all dreams. I wish my reasoning had been turned into a mess and wake up from this nightmare. Is this how everything ends up? You can see it like that. Overall, I have the same opinion as Maeda, but I want to hear at least the confession from her mouth, because I have to make sure. Well, it's too late to argue at this point. Ayame Hitano, can I take your vote of silence as your affirmation of your crime and end this already? Wait, not Ayame-chan, it can't be her! After all, it was me who stabbed Tamori. I'm the one who gets executed.
Man.
I'd rather do that. Ayame-chan is innocent. Akane doesn't have to be executed. Ayame-chan? And, of course, not me either. Ayame-chan! Going to try a last act, huh? It's not that. I just want to survive with Akane and leave this place. That's it. Your crime is already logical, and there's nothing wrong. Do you think force will work? I'm not convinced. If I'm the culprit, you haven't proved it without a doubt yet.
Oh, man!
Isn't a trial supposed to be won after you convince the criminal to admit their defeat?
Man!
You fool. What are you going to do? Does anyone know any evidence to satisfy this killer who talks like that? It doesn't matter if I tell you, but wouldn't it be less fun?
Prepare to battle!
What a slacker! It's a trial! You have to take it seriously, I tell you! It's all over anyway. I have to play around while watching this futile struggle. But there's no mystery to solve anymore. What are you planning to do now? Even if you say that, Ayami-chan's words assume what if Ayami-chan is not saying they're the culprit. Nevertheless, it's hard. Okay, let's reorganize the case from the beginning. Then we may notice if something was missed. Let's go ahead! Go? Where are we going? Stay still, you crazy big guy. One more. We have definitive proof to convince Hatano. I think there is something left. If Hatano is convinced by saying this, if she's convinced, how should I react? Hatano is the culprit. Should I just accept that? Even so, I have no choice but to do it as long as I've come to this point. And then show them the proof of her crime. Alright, let's do this. Oh shit, I forgot about this. Oh shit, I'm dying. Where is my cursor? Whoop! Did we just die? Yeah. This minigame is kind of hard with just using arrows. What the fuck? What? It's not shooting! Oh my god, why? Oh my... Oh my god. Cut left side tendon cut.
これが真実だ。
Sure, whatever you say, game. Whatever you say. We still have the comic book on the meat bone. I literally on the meat bone that. I was going in the wrong order. It wasn't obvious to me. First, I want to ask Inori just to be sure. To me? Of course. Where did Hatano say she was injured? Her thigh. More precisely, left side wide leg laceration caused by hamstring injury, although... Hey Maeda, why are you asking this for all of a sudden while dealing with me? Are you giving up after all? Inori, that hamstring refers to a muscle that is important in keeping the leg straight, right? Where exactly is the location of that muscle? Right, it's one of the 3 places that connects to the hip with the leg. To put simply, it is a muscle that is widely distributed in the back of the leg. That's it. But what is this explanation for? Hey, don't talk about anything that doesn't matter, Maeda. Since Ayame-chan is innocent, there's no more room for refutation anymore. No, this is important. Very important. In fact, Inori's words just had a decisive clue that Hatano was the culprit. Eh? Everyone heard what Inori said, right? Hatano's injury is on the back muscle of the leg of the left thigh. Yeah, the back. But then, why did Hatano go forward to pick up the flashlight and the back of the thigh end up hurt? What? That's true. I only cared that Hatano was hurt. I didn't think it was suspicious, but it's weird when you think about it. She stumbled forward, but she got hurt on the back of her leg. That's... Even if I fall back, my nose break, but I guess this doesn't matter now, and my name is not translated. I can't think of any other reason but one. Hatano, from the very beginning, on her own volition, was caught deliberately in the trap to inflict a wound as fatal as possible. Oh my god, then it means that it was entirely self-induced, really? I don't know why you did that, but it may have been to prevent or pretend to be a victim and to be less suspicious, it's my guess. That can't be. No, there's gotta be a mistake. Hatano! I wish I was lying. Why, this is a choice if you want to get out of the game, then just lie. Why don't we make a conclusion now? I wasted enough time and I'm getting tired for various factors, such as the vitality of a cockroach, of Taira Akane and Tamori Kizuna, although I believe it's all over now. No! Something is wrong. Ayame-chan wouldn't do this. I mean that. Ayame-chan is never the type to kill. The person who is driven as a criminal is still there. Why are you upset? You just stay put. Taira, it's really hard to accept, but we have to accept the conclusions we've drawn, otherwise nothing will end, and nothing will begin. Now then, let's do a final summary of the events thus far, so that everyone can accept the answers we have presented. So everyone can choose. Let's begin the climax. I'm shocked. Act 1. She gets a lighter, she gets a fuse, Monokuma's there, yep. The culprit blocked a large amount of blood, no. I love that they redid this, it looks so good. Runs away. Tano saw. She saw her stabbed there. Takes the thing out, and then ba-boom. Covered. Yep, now she did. Start the fire. Yep, and then this.
これが事件の全部だよ。
Okay. Let's watch it. The start of this case begins after the first trial ends and the second floor opens. It was a late night on the second day after she got out. At this point, there was someone who stopped by the antique shop for a purpose. After the comic, you have mail.
Play with me.
Oh god. Oh, wait, Fail. I need Lorelai's "I'm gonna take you down and learn from losing." Also, Hiya Cutie would be another good one from her. She got some tools from the antique shop. The tools they brought this time were the fuse, lighter, and flashlight. You can? I feel like you're gonna send me Dugong. Everybody that wants Fail to do it, please spam Magneton.
Magneton. Magneton. Magneton.
See, everybody wants it.
Magneton. Magneton.
You see? It's so good. Surprisingly, this person's identity was Tamori, who was also the victim of this incident. Now we know, but Tamori had been planning. The murder this time, yeah, even before we shared our motives, all the tools she picked up earlier were tools that Tamori had procured in advance to use for a murder. As a result, she died, and the real culprit of this case was the one who used the tools that she had prepared. However, on the morning of the third day, Atori, who stopped by the antique shop every time, must have noticed that some items had already been missing. Sadly, he didn't tell us because he thought it was a simple mistake and would have created confusion. So without knowing, Tamori's murder plan proceeded slowly, and then Monokuma gave us the motive. As everyone knows, this motive was a note with our secrets, but it was a joke that nobody cared about. But only Tamori was different. Tamori thought she could use this motivational note, so she decided to add a step to her original plan. That's right, me. It was an operation to use the secret note of Yuki Maeda to capture Taira and join forces. Tamori told Taira to come to the Switchium alone, and Taira headed to that place without any doubt. Taira may seem a little petty, but in fact, she wasn't actually swayed. Tamori expected this to happen, and after the second day onwards, by acting weak, she wanted to weaken our boundaries. The appearance of being lonely, the appearance of hesitation, the appearance of accepting us with tears. It was only a fake scene to kill even a little more smoothly. That's the true nature of Tamori Kazuna. We were all fooled by Tamori. Taira, at the time, wasn't wary of Tamori at all, so she went to the Dark Switchium. There, Tamori showed Taira a secret note and revealed the plan to kill me. Taira said that Tamori picked up a secret note that someone discarded from the trash can. It was written like this: Yuki Maeda may actually know the identity of the mastermind. That's going to be an interesting thing to sort out when this is done. Of course, this is not true, but I don't know who the mastermind is. But in order to kill me with that pretext, she needed Taira's help. Tamori tried to get Taira out like that. But Taira didn't follow Tamori's words. No matter what, murder shouldn't be done by anyone. When things didn't work out as intended, Tamori gradually began to reveal her nature. Once Taira refused, she couldn't let Taira leave. The one who heard the murder plan. So instead, Tamori changed the target. The one who she expected to refuse her was decided to be killed in front of her. Tamori ran into Taira without warning, but luckily Taira avoided the first strike. Taira panicked by Tamori's sudden attack. Taira tried to run away, but she was pushed by Tamori and fell. Then she tried to resist Tamori, swinging a knife right in front of her nose. In the process, the flashlights that Taira and Tamori had were broken by the struggle, and the Switchium, which had lost its only light, they were struggling in the deep darkness. Several minutes continued during this fierce encounter, but at some point, the struggle ended suddenly. Yeah, I guess swinging is what they were going for. I don't know why Tamori became quiet, but Taira, who was in danger of her life, decided to leave the Switchium because she wanted out of the situation. The first thing that Taira found when she got out of the dark Switchium into the bright spot was this intense color of blood. Taira only saw the blood on her body. Of course, it wasn't her own blood, and instinctively realized that she had stabbed Tamori in the middle of the struggle without even knowing herself. Which is a little odd, if I'm being honest. Taira, who was shocked in fear and horror in her head, went to the restroom. She thought about washing the blood quickly off her. Fail. But looking at Taira like this, the culprit perhaps found out what she had done. It is not clear whether or not they saw Taira in person, but the killer must have found Tamori within that short time period after Taira left the power room.
I told you so.
Oh,
If
man!
someone other than the culprit in this case discovered Tamori, they might have saved Tamori by calling Inori, but the culprit in this case didn't have that thought in mind at all. ATC3, not even act. Oh my goodness. In any case, the culprit who noticed the situation in the Switchium must have found Tamori in a dying state because of Taira. Tamori tried to target Taira, but was forced to act. As she did not die immediately, the reason for this can be found in the dying message she wrote. Tamori, realizing that she was going to die, wrote on the floor with her own blood to let us know the identity of the killer, who stabbed her, not Maid. In other words, to refer to the Maid, ultimate Maid student, Taira. Thought that passed the killer's mind was so far was not thinking of telling everyone to save Tamori. The thought of killing Tamori was that she couldn't breathe, just so they would blame the wrong person. For them, the killer committed a terrible act that was hard to think of as a human being. In order to give a certain final blow, they pulled out a knife stuck in Tamori's stomach. It was already cruel enough to do this, however, they aimed the knife again at Tamori, just to put it back on her neck. That is brutal. In the process, blood spurted like a fountain, but the killer was wearing a piece of cloth about the size that would cover them, which they got from where, by the way, preventing the blood from splattering on them. In contrast to Taira, who stabbed Tamori in an accident and unintentionally, you can see that it was extremely premeditated crime. Now that Tamori lost their strength to... That's how Tamori lost their strength to live. Tamori thought about killing, of course, and even tried to kill Taira. Still, did she have to die so badly? Either way, the culprit who succeeded in killing Tamori through a fatal wound now was starting a backup operation. First, the killer installed the fuse drawing a line around the walls of the Switchium. I don't know where Tamori originally intended to use it, but they had used the tools Tamori had. In the end, since Tamori prepared the tools, the killer themselves couldn't be suspected of this act. In actuality, we had a pretty hard time figuring out who brought the tools because of this. The fuse was installed mainly on the glass window as to not burn equipment as much as possible, and then lit it with a lighter. The lighter was originally brought by Tamori, and the reason the glass was made to break automatically was because when the temperature inside the switchium becomes hot after a certain period of time, using the temperature difference between indoors and outdoors, while the criminal themselves was with the others, they heard a crackling sound. As long as they made them think someone inside the switchium broke the glass, the killer had the perfect alibi. This was the unusual structure of the switchium, and the glass window was cleared. It was possible because of the characteristics of the room, but this trick wasn't that meticulous. No one noticed the fire when the fire was being made. It was a futile trick. So the killer put the plan into action more than anyone else? Question mark? After completing the installation of the fuse, the criminal reported the fact of the fire with a loud voice as if they were the fire discoverer. Some of the people who heard this sound came to the front of the switchium as the culprit intended. Those who heard the killer's voice at the time were Kinjo, Mikaru, and Uehara. Those three people At this point, three people, who had not yet known that a murder had occurred, decided to extinguish the fire without even dreaming that they were with the killer. 3. No, even the killer came with a fire extinguisher from the hallway, and it started to extinguish the flames. Then, to us, the killer, to anyone, something unimaginable happened. Tamori, who must have had her throat pierced with a kitchen knife, was still alive. It's strange enough to say that it's a contradiction when you think about it in general, but Tamori, the victim, was holding on to the thread-like lifeline. And Tamori used all of her last strength. She corrected the dying message that wrote "made" with a large X next to it. In other words, it was telling us this not the maid. I would have liked the killer's name instead, but just an X with a throat stabbed. It was already an incredible feat to do. After correcting the dying message, Tamori's life was gone. Bleeding because her heart was beating until then, the amount of blood increased more than that of an ordinary person, and thanks to that, she could prove Tamori was still alive. Of course, that would have been fatal for the killer, yes. Originally, only looking at the words "made" put Tyra in doubt. She could have done it, but because the X was left remaining for no reason, the elaborate plan was doomed to fail. Tamori, even though she tried to kill and she couldn't be forgiven, acted. At the end of the day, she was trying to tell us the correct answer with all of her strength. And the situation goes back to the power room when the fire was put off and the stage was completely... The fire was put off and the setup was almost completely staged. Yeah, true. Suddenly, hearing the sound of glass breaking inside the switchium, this was done in the best conditions intended by the killer. Thanks to this, everyone thought someone inside the switchium broke the glass. This is the way the killer wanted. The killer who was on the scene at the time, I would imagine that they had a smile of satisfaction. The three of them, except Uehara, who went to watch the entrance to check the sound, went inside the switchium. This explanation is so fucking long. My voice is like dying. In there, saw Tamori's body. At that point, the body discovery announcement rang. The others who heard the body discovery announcement arrived one by one. Everyone gathered in the power room. Perhaps Tyra, who was in the position of Third, at this time, was most surprised because Tyra did not know the existence of the criminal. She thought she was the culprit, and yet a fire incident happened that Tyra herself did not know. So when we received the Monokuma file and started investigating, the killer started with the last act. First, the killer put the third flashlight they used on the floor. The flashlight was also in a state of charcoal because it was caught in the fire. The reason why, it's because they threw something.
Oh,
Something
man.
that catches our eyes on the floor in order to create a certain situation.
All right!
The killer installed a sharp wire on the way up to the flashlight, and she walked as if she had found a flashlight and voluntarily walked to pick it up. Yes, even though she knows they have a sharp wire installed. Here, the killer deliberately gets caught in a wire trap and cut their own leg. It was also precisely aimed at cutting the back tendon. I didn't even think at that time that the killer was going to cripple their own leg, although it was the culprit's intention to make us think so. One mistake of the killer here is that the rear tendon was cut despite walking forward, but I didn't even think about it because a person who I saw injured at one time wouldn't think that. It must have been the culprit's idea, whose purpose was to get out of here. The culprit even gave up one leg of themselves and showed a look of being a victim in all this. Thanks to it, we almost got hooked into thinking, would you cut your own leg? While staring at us, the killer would have been laughing inside. In this case, there were 3 people, including the killer, Tamori and Tyra. But also, most of the suspicions went to Tyra, so the identity of the killer was ambiguous. However, as a result of matching Tyra's honest statements with various situations, we were able to uncover the identity of the killer, the criminal who tried to hide their identity by throwing away their leg, the perpetrator who committed such a terrible thing to Tamori. Fuck Tamori, though, honestly. The identity of the culprit, who was smiling with a smile of deceit, watching our actions behind the scenes. Just in case you missed the whole fucking trial, that's what happened, guys. That is what happened. Is no one else other than you, Hatano Ayame.
I got it!
Hold on, Fail, I'm almost done.
Yay!
How about it, Hatano? If you have anything to object to, please do. No, wait a minute! Wait a minute! Something's wrong! It's not like this! Really? What's not it? It's all decided. Shouldn't we see the end now? No, it's not over. It can't be! But even if everything is correct, and there's evidence, I can't convince myself. Hitano is the killer who murdered Tamori that way. Darn it, Hitano! Damn it! It's all over then. Oh, we still get to talk to Kurokawa after this trial is done. No, Ayame-chan, please! Tell them they're wrong! No! Okay. Wow!
Yay!
Oh, that's so funny. Whatever.
Unthinkable!
I still have plenty. And that gacha machine is terrible, so...
All right!
So don't. Play with me. Huh? Oh, what? Are you done? Oh, what the hell? You guys took so long! 5 hours! And I fell asleep in the middle of it. Nope, I never slept.
Man.
Mr. Monokuma, did you sleep? Oh, no doubt. Okay, well anyways, you guys seem to have come to your own conclusions, so it's okay to go into voting time soon. Now then, you guys, vote with the switch in front of your hands. As I said last time, we do not accept invalid votes, so press carefully. As a result of the voting, who will become the blackened? And the answer will be the correct answer or the wrong one. Now, what will happen? Bagged in boots. Rippeyame for real. That's amazing, you're correct! Tamori Kizuna was terribly killed by... like that, by the ruthless Blackened, which was Ayame Hitano. That's the answer! The answer? Did we do it? Did we get the culprit? Why is it the correct answer? I'm not happy to guess this. Oh, I'm not happy to guess this, damn it. By the way, the vote wasn't unanimous. Miss Tyra, no matter how much you want it, voting on yourself, you don't want a suicide, okay? Who would believe what you're saying? I can't admit it, I won't. It's a big deal, so be careful next time. Anyway, whatever you say, there's only one truth. But I said it right. I don't lie when it comes to class trials. Is this real? Is Hitano really the killer? Of course she is, I guarantee this. You guys said the answer you came up with at the end, right? Denying this is nothing more than an escape from reality. It's a lie, right? Shut up. Ayame-chan. Only the judge was talking. Everyone couldn't breathe, because the result of the trial was so terrible. Miss Tyra played the role of accomplice, so the case was extremely extreme, but it was also because the incident happened late at night. Why? I ask why? Why did such a girl like you kill her? You watch your mouth, Kobashi Kawa-kun. This can't be true. How is Ayame-chan a killer? We want to believe that, but... Stop it, Akane. Any more than this, and it'll only make it worse. I can't hide it anymore. What are you talking about, Ayame-chan? You can't hide it? Oh, if you say it like that, it makes you look like a culprit, you know? I'm sorry. You're sorry? Why aren't you apologizing? Why? Why? Tamori was killed by me. What? Well, yeah, well, you don't have to make another announcement because Monokuma already confirmed it. Why did you... Did she had to kill even going as far as breaking your own leg? That's right. If the answer we came up with, it's correct, doesn't that mean all we said, all our reason was correct? We were asking to the end of the trial early. We were asking to end the trial early so that we could heal your leg as soon as possible. If you're the killer, it doesn't make sense. I don't believe it. I won't believe it. I can't believe this. Yeah, in the end, you were also a murderer. It's surprising, but the word unexpected doesn't apply to criminals. Because even outside of these walls, there are piles of criminals who are doing heinous things with dismal faces. Why did you do it? Please answer us. Why did you do that? It's obvious. It's because I want to get out of here. Huh? Isn't that obvious? Other than that, there's no reason to commit a murder. To get out of here and seek my freedom, I wanted to return to my daily living. That's why everyone has no choice but to sympathize. It was just the choice of murder as means. OMG! What'd you just say? You finally got my plan. I thought it was perfect because I could use Akane Taira. No, Hitano! What? In the end, you were just the same person as Higa? We didn't even translate her name. This is what nature is after all. Nobody can judge just by looks. Now, I must know, the evil face that committed this murder. Huh. Oh, you caught me. Okay, this is a lot. This is Hatano's true nature? She just wanted to get out of here, and for that reason she killed Tamori? She's... really, that's all? Something just doesn't feel right. As Kinjo said, I shouldn't judge by appearances. This might be what Hatano really looks like, but what is this deep pain in my head? I can see you with my eyes open. I can't see you with my eyes open anymore. Let's just end it. End it? You mean the execution? You were that kind of person? Hatano! For what the hell did we do this? Damn it! On who did we trust for? Monokuma gets started. Now wait a second, can we finish things like this? Can we really send Hatano like this? But Maeda, look at her. You may be right, but whatever you say to her won't work. Execution. Unfortunate for me, it was a waste. Hatano, is that really you? Are you saying you were pretending to be a human being? Ah, yes, this is the real me. I thought you guys who were stupid couldn't figure it out. My tricks, but I guess you weren't so bad after all. What'd you say? Hey, please stop, Hatano. If I look at Hatano's appearance any more than this, I'll go crazy. Hatano, you really don't have regrets? Are you satisfied with your actions? Of course, it's my execution. Come on. If you say regret I couldn't get out of here, that's all I regret. Lies. What? You wanting to get out of here. It's a lie. What? You think you know me, don't you? It's not a lie. I did murder because I wanted to get out of here, that's all. If you wanted to leave this place, you wouldn't have cut your own leg. So we're just gonna circle back to this again? What do you mean? Hatano did murder? That's correct, but there must have been another reason. You like acting as a villain, but your body's trembling, Hatano. You still don't quite get the yeah, let me read through everything again, shall we? Curses! Then, Hatano, we just saw she was acting? You mean she acted pretty crazy on purpose? So then what did she really kill? Kurokawa, I can't. Hatano. After saying that, Hatano's appearance returned to normal. At that moment, I felt the pain disappearing from my mind, and the sense of incongruity was just gone. My hands are already dirty, and it might sound like an excuse, but please let me tell you, this is how I committed my murder. I was running down the second floor corridor at the time of the incident. As you guessed, at the time I saw Akane running somewhere. She was going in a hurry. I tried to talk and then realized Akane's body was covered in blood. I went into the power room where Akane had come out with no doubt. I found something that happened inside the switchium. I took the flashlight in a hurry to check the condition inside, and Tamori was dying. And there was a knife stuck in her stomach, as you all said. Then why'd you kill her there? You could have thought of a way to call the others and let Tamori live! Because that was not the case. It was not the case? According to the facts I've seen, when I discovered her, Tamori was almost dead. I knew she wasn't dead because she was breathing hard, but that was it. She was already in the brink of death. That was until she got killed by you. I was worried, anxious, and scared. If Tamori dies, Akane becomes the killer. It was a scary thought. I wanted to throw the thought away. What? Ooh, yeah, she did it to protect Rem. At that time, I really wanted to think about it. That kind of good-natured Akane. Why would she stab Tamori? I learned that it was an accident before the trial, but at the time she had no idea. In my head, I just went like this because I only thought about Akane becoming the black end of this case. I couldn't leave her alone. I couldn't leave my friend alone while knowing everything, throwing everything away for the sake of survival. Wait a minute. Then, the reason Hatano committed murder was... Yame-chan? Because of me? To release me from becoming the Blackened? I just couldn't stay put and watch Akane being executed for pretending I didn't see it. I also wanted to call Inori to heal Tamori, but if Tamori's breathing goes out while I go get Inori, then Akane would have been executed without fail due to my mistake in judgment. I couldn't allow that to happen. You, then from the very beginning you were thinking of dying instead of Tyra? And including the cut on her tendon? Really? Yeah, I guess it does. All of that was to protect Tyra? Whoa! This is the truth. I just couldn't say I didn't know about my friend's crime. A sad tragedy born from friendship. For a while, no one could speak. Inside the courtroom, only Tyra's wailing was the only voice ringing in our ears. Was that really the only reason? Yeah? It is a commendable act to lay down one's life for others. It's not possible without some courage. In that aspect, you deserve to be recognized. But if those were the only intentions to do that, it would not have been necessary to go through a trial like this, right? Even if you reveal the facts to everyone and accept your execution, your intentions do not change. But at the time of the trial, your appearance became as if you looked desperate. Hey, Makaru, if you say anything more to Hitano, I won't let it stand. Even if you're a woman. I'm not scared of you, idiot, and shut up. I'm talking with Ayame Hitano right now. No, it's okay. Calm down, Kobashikawa. Sure, Makaru, there was something else. What else was there? I didn't tell you this, as it would sound like an excuse, as I said the first time. As Makaru pointed out, doing this for Akane may have been just a pretext. I'll tell you everything. I can't be said there was no darkness in my heart. Somewhere in my mind, I was like, it's okay because it's for Akane. But there was also the desire to get out of this place. It must have existed in my mind at one point. It did? Oh, but even with your leg like this... This was a meaning of apology to you guys if I succeeded in escaping. And even if my leg is paralyzed, everything is already too late. What are you saying? Motive. The first motive that we got when Maki was murdered. The outside world I saw, there was a terrible world that couldn't even run properly. How was that possible? So in the end, the initial motive was the driving force too. Other than me, my coworkers and rivals, they can't even walk anymore. But if that's the case, what's the use of getting out of here with my legs fine? What? How did that happen? Hitano, what happened? I thought that video was manipulation, and I thought Hitano would be the first to run non-stop and never be fooled. I know, but I wanted to check if it was real. Until I saw it with my own eyes, I was nervous, and every day it drove me crazy. This wasn't recent. From the time Maki, I've been running around in my head. I had nightmares every night, and I was always confused when I was with her. All that can be said of me is that fact that something has gone blank. I wanted to see it with my own eyes. No one objected to Hitano. The feeling Hitano felt was exactly the same as me, because I still remember my family, and when I was alone, I couldn't stay still because of anxiety. After all, every breath was about the motive again and again. We were vigilant about that new motive, called the secret note, but the motive that I was given first time, no matter how many new motives came out, did not disappear. The intense image was clearly stuck in our minds. I understand the feeling, but you were weird. I don't feel a strong will like Mitsuhiro Higa. The desire to go outside. Was it a conflict? Conflict? Will you lose us for the chance to leave outside? Would you accept death for your dear friend Tyra? You were in conflict, weren't you, Hitano? It wasn't as big as that, but by the time Maeda pointed me as the culprit, I had already given up on escaping. After everything was revealed, but the reason I got ugly and struggled until the end, it was because of Akane. I was relieved to learn that it was not only an accident that Akane stabbed Tamori during the trial, because I knew Akane was the way I knew her. Even though after I was driven as the culprit, Akane tried to deny me my crime more severely than me, the culprit, to prevent me from being executed. I am the one that betrayed you all and committed murder. I'm a little happy inside. Like, I wanted Akane not to die. She has the same mind too. More than that, how disappointed Akane would be if I admitted the crime. Not to mention Maeda and Kinjo couldn't be beaten, huh? Why are you smiling? Huh? Oh, you're angry, Akane. I knew you would be disappointed, but I'm sorry. Yeah, for sure. It does seem like a noble kill. Why did you? Why you did because of someone like me? How can you laugh like that? How can I laugh? Akane asked something very strange. Thanks to me, Akane is able to survive safely. Is there anything more simple than this? Hatano. Damn it. In the end, I'm just an idiot who, after weighing in between dreams and bonds, I've done things that I shouldn't have done. Still, I'm satisfied. I could have saved at least Akane. I feel somewhat relieved. Although my dream ends here, you guys don't make the same mistake like me. Go after the best dreams you believe in. I chose to protect my friend rather than my dream. Now I'll say goodbye to this world, but at least I have no regrets. At least I killed that bitch Kizuna. Don't say goodbye or end it like that. If you make it sound so ominous, that really happens. It happens even if you don't say that. Monokuma. Well, I understand Hitano's situation, but it's taking too long. Look, if this is a game, you have to think about the person who plays it. Shut up, Monokuma. I don't know what Miss Hitano thought and what circumstances caused the murder. The important thing is the results. In the end, the fact that you killed Miss Tamori doesn't change one bit. Murder means the order has been broken. For a blackened who has broken it, an appropriate punishment is necessary. Yes, I am to be punished. You take the sin and pay the penalty for it. Oh, confident attitude? I don't like that. It's different from Higa-kun. But for Miss Hitano and Miss Tyra, it's whatever. In the end, the cause was that you wanted to go, right? Hey! Why, Hitano, a little while ago, say it with her own mouth. She was conflicted because she wanted to go out. Shut up. You were the one who created this whole situation itself. What are you saying? What am I saying? Are you stupid? Boo! If you forget the outside world, this wouldn't happen. You just need to live comfortably here, so if you want to get out, you have to go through a murder case. You should know this already. Stop spouting your nonsense and go ahead, disgusting bear. Fine, I won't meddle with you guys anymore. It's also because midnight has already passed, so let's start! The heart-racing punishment time! I have prepared a very special punishment for Ayame Hitano, the ultimate sprinter, who is the blackened of this case. Everyone, remember to get along. Wait a minute, Ayame-chan, please wait! Oh, there's so many things I haven't told you, Ayame-chan! Let's go! All out! Ayame-chan, because of me, because of a fool like me, I stabbed someone, accident, and I didn't do any cleanup. I also just bothered you. I made this scene. Don't go. I'm going to die. All I need to do is die. Monokuma, wait. I really, really, really hope not, Rosen. My voice is freaking dead. Akane, I want you to live. I want you to be alive. Live. Ah! Why did it say movie can't be played? Oh, okay. Sorry, no pants, Chan.
Oh my god.
This thrilling feeling of endorphins rising. It's fantastic, Prophet! Ayami-chan. Ayami-chan. No! It's too much flesh, blood, Hatano. No, I don't think I can hold it anymore. Hatano was executed. So much cruelty, so merciless. I found myself closing my mouth to endure the vomit that had reached my throat. For her colleagues, and for her best friend, Hatano willingly gave up her life. How many people can do that in the world? That was the kind of person she was. Goodbye, Hatano. Evil, ugly, it's not a dream. How long do I have to continue this nightmare? Listen up, guys, it's a nightmare. If you guys forget only the outside world and live in harmony here, you're happy and you don't know what to do? You mentioned this in the first trial as well. Forget the outside world. You keep emphasizing the words. What is the purpose? What's the reason you want from keeping us inside? If I tell you that, it's a major spoiler. It might transform into a wave of protests. Shut up, you bastard. Why do you do this to us? Why? Tell us the reason. Wouldn't be desperate to kill each other without knowing that? Then let's ask something different. The cost of entering an execution of this school is nothing but ordinary. Absolutely impossible. What the hell are you? Where does this organization come from? There are a lot of things you are curious about, huh? Good. Then if you would like a special service, everything that you see in this school from the beginning, it was all here. I just modified a tiny bit. I tried so hard to make you guys feel amazing despair, yet you guys ignored my warnings. Truly sad. You're so noisy. What is despair? Is it so fun to play with a person's life? Huh? Do you think I'm just doing this to simply enjoy it? Well, that's true at some point, although I'm actually enjoying it. You guys don't know how important all this is. No clue at all. What are you talking about? Nothing you need to know. If you're curious, do your own research and find out. After all, it's written in the school rules investigation is always free to do. Well, this is it. After enjoying a brilliant execution, I woke up because I'm feeling so worked up. But if I don't sleep, it's dangerous because I might sleep all day tomorrow. Of course, everyone did a good job. It seems to be a good despair finale, so at this point, the class trial is over. Good night. After Monokuma disappeared, only Tyra's sobbing sound came through the trial grounds. I felt like I would go crazy too. It's an indescribable evil feeling, a feeling of despair beyond reason. It seemed like my body was being crushed by a tremendous pressure, but I cannot give up here. I have to move forward for the sake of our dead friends. Even though I thought in my head my body wouldn't move nor follow, can we really get out of here? The second trial is over. 4 people have lost their lives. Who will be next? Is it me? Tyra, calm down. Everyone is sad. It's all because of me. Kizuna-chan died because of me. Ayami-chan also died because of me. That's right, isn't it? All because of me. All because of me. It's all because of me! Reprimanding for yourself. I know all too well it wasn't because of Tyra, but I just couldn't tell her anything. It's hard. It's too hard to put yourself up, but taking care of others should be real sainthood.
Oh,
All we can do for Tyra is to let her cry freely without interruption. To be able to complain with different feelings with tears. It could have been me instead. It's ugly and noisy. What? Yeah, it's all because of you. Oh, he's gonna go there. I know you well enough. If you feel guilty like that, write a will and commit suicide already. What did you say, Kinjo? Say it again. It's better to get behind a bitch blackened like you? Blackened? Kinjo, are you crazy? Why are you suddenly saying all this stuff? I hate this the most. In my true sense, a blackened is subtly convicted of innocence to avoid the law. Blackened, you mean Tyra? Is there anyone else who fits? Stop! This is bullshit! How many times has it been revealed that the stabbing Tyra did to Tamori was an accident? Is that really what you want to say to someone who lost their friend after their death? An accident? Of course it was. Kizuna Tamori started it all. However, who made the final blows, no matter the pretext, must be punished. The two were punished and killed, right? Tyra Akane, who was at the heart of the case, more than them, is alive and clean from this. Have you forgotten? Even if this woman had killed Tamori in an accident, the class trial, Akane Tyra made a false statement to hide her crimes. What would have happened if we were caught in that lie? Isn't it terrible to imagine? Directly or indirectly, Tyra Akane almost put us all at risk. He's not wrong. He is wild with power, but he is... But she couldn't help it, could she? Tyra knew she was guilty, but she knew she would be executed if she told the truth. But then she wouldn't have done that in the first place. No matter how much of an accident it was, you think it makes sense to go and wash the blood to destroy evidence as you stab Tamori, a girl who is willing to say they're innocent. Isn't it normal to at least support Tamori and give her first aid or call it? She was trying to kill her. She was trying to kill her. No. Nope. In their situation, maybe. But she was trying to kill her. As soon as possible. They do have a point. Please think of Tyra. The accident may have happened, And a rescue might not have occurred because she was in a state of panic. No, I'm confident of this. If Taira Akane was really the Blackened, it's certain for a fact that she would try to trick us with selfish thoughts. Stop talking, Kinjo, you bastard! I'm not gonna tolerate this anymore. Boy, calm down, Koba Boxer. Get your fist down, manly boy. You guys need to look at things objectively. What she did is wrong in every sense. There's still a lot to talk about, but I don't think it's the right time when everyone is on edge and confused as it is right now. It's late today, so go to bed. I'll talk with you all in the morning. Hey, wait, dude! If you want to talk to me, then stop! Hey, you bastard! Are you gonna leave me just like that? Hey! Why is Kinjo doing this? It's like Kinjo is creating a separation between us. So, what do we do now? Is Taira going to recover? Losing a loved one is a very difficult feeling. That's right. Taira, are you okay? I'm sorry. Oh, boy. Taira is all good now. Let's all rest for today. I don't feel good after a class trial. It's already late, near dawn. Go sleep. Let's do as Kurokawa suggests. Honestly, I can't afford to think right now. We'll listen to Kinjo tomorrow. Today we are going to sleep. Okay, I feel like the more we do this, the more harder we have to work. Everyone have a good night's sleep. Sleep well. Being in such a situation is unusual in itself. But the current situation was much more than the first trial. So here's the thing. I kind of get Taka and Mondo vibes from Akane and Ayame. It really makes you wonder. Because they're gay, yeah. Kinjo, who should lead everyone, seems to be getting twisted more and more, and our friends start to lose their lives one by one. What can I do at times like these? Play around with everyone and relax while learning about them? Follow my own dreams? Right now, I think it's impossible for anything to happen. I have no more power to think today. Let's sleep for today. I returned to my room. When I left the courtroom and returned to my dormitory, I greeted some of my friends, and tried to chat a little, but everyone seemed to have no energy. That's no wonder. It only passed 3 or 4 hours before returning to my room, but within those 3 or 4 hours, we lost very precious things. It felt like it's been years, and then the stiff dorm bed that couldn't be comfortable is now feeling better than anything else. Tired. A desperate situation in which we taste the despair of the death of our friends and do not know whether we will be able to stand again. What kind of despair awaits us from tomorrow? Now I don't even think there's hope anywhere. Now I have only passed the second class trial, but this is not the end. The despair surrounding us was approaching, involving us deeper and deeper. Hey, hello. I don't know if you're comfortable. Don't you feel comfortable? Oh, it would be weird if you were tied up in a public place like this. But if you're comfortable, no way. If it is comfortable, you're a true massa... But you are not, right? Oh well, I came to bring the meal again today. Your appearance is still there, so take good care of your health until then. Boo! By the way, who could have thought you would be led like
What
this?
is this?
I'm really sorry for being like this and having to lock you up. In fact, it would be nice if I let everyone stay with you too. Your body is one that cannot age, isn't it? Still haughty, huh? I like it. It will be alright when your turn comes. By that time,
That's a
how many
nice
people will
body.
survive? Huh? What? Oh, I getcha. It's because that woman you love is still alive. There's nothing to worry about. I'll go there then. Because if I'm not watching, I don't know what those guys will try to pull, so see you next time. Okay.
All right!
Oh, man!
Well. That was heavy as heck. Chapter 3 is always the bad chapter and the double kill. I am definitely not reading any more of this game tonight. I think we take a 5-minute break and then we jump into Somnium Files. How does that sound? Somnium Files is fully voice acted, so I just get to enjoy it with y'all.
All right!
Oh, I'll check out those voice commands that Fail sent me too.
Yay!
Hold on, let's see.
All right! Yay!
Oh, man!
Jesse! James.
Wait.
Doggone! Cloister.
Yeah, we're gonna do Somnium Files.
Do you understand?
Cloister.
Okay, yeah, I know. Cloister is really iconic. Wait, do we have this one?
Session, ikimasu!
I'll give you Lorelei if you give me 2 Tsubasa commands. Oh my god, why that one? Fail?
Session, ikimasu!
Oh my god, that one is... I'm surprised it's for your alts, for Tom. Alright, I'll trade... I'll give in. Which cloister do we want? This one?
Cloister.
Or this one?
Cloister.
I think that one. I like that one better.
Cloister. Cloister.
Oh, you just had them.
I'm gonna take you down.
Oh, good.
Learn from losing. Congratulations! Super job!
Ugh, that was gross.
Hiya, cutie.
That she says that. Okay. Alright, give me 5 minutes, guys. I'm gonna see what's going on with Kev. Let's go on like a 5-minute break. Let's take 5, alright? 5 to 10. Go to the bathroom, get drinks, eat food. I'll be back.
Where are you?